7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Vizag Open 2024. I'm your host Shaurya Singh, joined alongside Ainesh Ahluwalia, my co-host for the week. It's been a brilliant week thus far. We've seen some low scores and the golf course has been in perfect condition.
Absolutely. Thank you for the introduction, Shaurya. For all the viewers joining us early in the morning, we are coming live, bringing you all the action here as you watch.
Yeah, it's been a stellar week thus far. Angat Chima, talk of the town, 10 under par yesterday. He said that's the lowest round ever played by him in his life. And following him is Aman Raj, Aryan Rupa Anand in third position. Ajay Biswa at 6 under par. Yashas Chandra tied alongside him, as well as the veteran Rahul Gandhi. Fantastic form being displayed by Rahul Gandhi for over the last year and a half. I think this is definitely his second win, and he seems to be fit as a fiddle and producing some of the best golf of his life.
Absolutely. I think Rahul Gandhi in particular has been playing some very, very hot golf for a few months now. And I think not just in the country, even outside, wherever he's taking his trade, he's been doing really well.
Yeah, it's been stellar form indeed. On our screen is the left-hander Jairaj Singh Sandhu playing alongside Dhruv Sharon and Milind Soni.
Milind Soni also had a great run in on day one with an 8 under par, and no one saw that coming. And then, of course, we had Angad bettering that by 2 shots the very next day. And look at those beautiful views as he was the 26-year-old winner on tour now. Shaurya, big things for him.
Yeah, a very good player. In fact, it's a crop of few left-handers who are really good on tour. As we have a look at him teeing off here at hole number 1, always fashions those sleeves. Really nice, smooth tempo early in the morning.
Lovely rhythm that gives you some brilliant camera work as well as we watch the first hole. It is a par 5 and it's a tricky tee shot. And players choosing to take an iron off it, but not Dhruv Sharon, a winner this year in Tamil Nadu. And what a lovely golfer. I always admired his tempo. The 29-year-old, fairly young. I mean,
Yeah, he's been around a while. He turned professional in 2018, 6 years, and now with the victory under his belt, and a very fantastic, impressive victory that was.
he's taking the aggressive route. There's water both on the right and the left, and some trees that you have to hit a higher tee shot to get off. So Dhruv's come out with a purpose today.
Yeah, very good ball striker and very consistent driver. Let's see if he's able to pull off a good one here. Seems to have left it a little bit to the right, but that should be fine.
Yeah, the four caddy showing one hand up, telling him it's okay. And then we watch Milind Soni here. Not the most impressive second round, but a brilliant first one to begin with, showing that he has the skill to be here. And only 19 years of age. His first year as pro, the rookie Milind Soni, hailing from Hyderabad, choosing to go the conservative route, as did Jairaj, the first member of this group.
We'll see a lot more players opting for the iron on the tee.
An interesting thing, Shaurya, no gloves there.
Yeah, reminds me a little bit of Fred Couples. Nice language swing. A lot of compression on that as well.
A lot of flexibility as well. If you see that, seems to have pulled that a little bit, but he's off the tee, off and running is this group on day three. Moving day, as fondly known.
Yeah, it's a day where you can actually stake your claim to the tournament. Very important day is the penultimate day. Some players make the most of this day, and others slide down. Only time will tell that which way these players move. And it's been a very successful calendar year thus far on the professional golf tour of India. We've seen some new winners, and we've also seen stalwarts in the form of Shankar Das. That was such a heartwarming victory. I feel that he really and such a he was full of humility in his speech, and spoke about the importance of family, and what it means to have everybody happy, and that actually then translates into his golf game. And you would never come across a more humble and cheerful gentleman than Shankar Das, former number one on tour, and now I believe, if I'm not wrong, he's almost 49 years old or close to 50. I'll have to check that up, but shows you that he's still got a lot of game. So
Absolutely.
congratulations to him, and may he.
And that goes to show experience plays a big role, and you learn so many things along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a resurgence of experience, so as to speak. We saw the youngsters taking center stage, but some of the players who have been around on tour have actually been able to stamp their authority once again. And it's good to see that you have a big, wide field and a lot of competition indeed. You've played this golf course earlier, and what are your thoughts, Ainesh? What do you really like about this course?
So very good. Actually, I like everything about this course. The first time this event was played last year, and I was fortunate enough to be in the field. And my experience of the golf course, some minor changes, but the design of the golf course is brilliant. And you can't stop talking about the picturesque scenes. They've got those lovely tree-covered hills. It's a beautiful sight all along when you're playing, and even a lot of tee shots you hit off the tee gives you a very good visual of where you're hitting. But the layout in itself, where the tournament is happening, if you talk about that, the layout is decently tough. So I thought. Then I saw a few scores this week, and might have to change my view on that. But it's definitely a ball striker's golf course. I feel you have to hit it a fair distance, keep it in play as well. As we will go through the round, we'll see some of the golf pros, and I'll be able to explain a little as well during that. Like if you watch right now, sure, yeah, the two boys who took the conservative route with their irons seem to be more in trouble compared to Dhruv, who took a driver out. And
Well, it's a narrow sort of an alley either ways, whether you're going with an iron or driver. So you have to have perfect execution as we have a look at Milith. We'll have to navigate around that tree.
yeah, he's probably he'll have to start it to the right and bring a big draw back, and seems to have done exactly that.
Giving you the bird's eye view, and he finds himself in the trap.
A little nervy start to round three for him, as Gerard seems to be struggling a little with his footing there, but probably might should just be outside the hazard. Quickly ready for his second on the par 5 first.
Yeah, seems to have flared there a little bit to the right, but it's fine. It's coming back. So all in all, I think that's a really good shot given.
Perfectly
He
done.
definitely had an untoward lie.
Absolutely, a good little hack out on the left side of the fairway, bring it back in play.
Interesting to note where Drew's ball has ended up. And while we have a look at these players, let's have a little bit of a look at the players who were unfortunate to have not made the cut, which was applied at 1 over. A total of 57 players were able to survive the cull. Some of the bigger players, the winner from previous week, Shankar Das, missing the cut by a solitary shot, shows you that golf is indeed a rather difficult game to master. One week you can be a champion, next week you can be missing the cut. And such is the frivolous nature of the game. It knows no favorites. And Sanit Bishnoi also not able to make the cut. Kevin Steve Regal at 3 over par. Jamal Hussain, a prolific player from Bangladesh, missing the cut at 4 over par. On your screens, Rahil Genji, a brilliant player from Kolkata, paired alongside Ajay Besoya and Yashas Chandra MS. Nice to see Ajay Besoya playing well. Very affable character and has been a professional for quite a while. I played a little bit of golf for them as never quite really struck gold, so as to speak, but
Comes from a successful line of golfers. You got a lot of
Yeah,
brothers and
yeah,
uncles playing golf.
yeah, that surname definitely has quite a few victories under its belt. Some of the others, Kshitij Navid Kaul also missing the cut this week. So the legend Mukesh Kumar not able to make the cut as well. All in all, I think we've seen that the cuts normally are applied around even par. So 1 over is par for the course almost. We used to seeing cuts at around par 1 over. So this is pretty much what you'd expect.
I agree with you, but I think the level of golf has gone up in the past few years, and most of the events players seem to be breaking par.
I feel that with the prize funds going up, the standard of play also is understandably going up. This golf course placed at 6,821 yards, so distance is definitely not an issue here for the player. They're playing a much longer courses, but what it definitely has as its fangs, so as to speak, is the tight layout. Pretty unforgiving as you have a look at Yashas Chandra MS.
Very surprisingly, the boy from Mysore is so consistent, shooting a lot of top fives, a lot of top tens, and yet to win on tour.
Yeah, this swing is really a sight for sore eyes. A lot of lag, very good composure. Seems to have tugged that a little bit to the left hand side. Ajay Besoya, 33 years old, playing from Delhi.
You had a fairly smooth, lanky swing as well, long levers, and seems to have struck that perfectly in the middle of the fairway. Players would choose to mostly keep it short of the hazard unless you're Sharon. And who doesn't recognize this man on screen? Rahil Gangji starting his trade today at -6.
Rahil has always been an avid sportsman, 45 years, doesn't quite look it, still looks a lot younger, has kept himself in good shape. He's an avid swimmer, was a national swimmer, if I'm not wrong.
8 pro wins there, Shaurya. So he's definitely a veteran and a very successful one at that.
Still has that speed, that prolific speed, sort of fast twitch muscle fibers
And look at those
being
steely
used.
eyes. Look at those eyes intently following the golf ball. The surety with which he walks. That is a difference. You do enjoy players that you've been watching for a lot of years when they get out on the golf course. It's enjoyable to see how confidently they go about their business.
Back to the action now. Seems like the flagstick has been peppered here. Few points about this tournament: the Vizag Open 2024. This is the second edition, and it's the 14th event of the Tata Steel 2024 PGTI season. And the PGTI made its debut at the East Point Golf Club in the city of Visakhapatnam and the state of Andhra Pradesh with the staging of the inaugural edition of the Vizag Open in 2023. The tournament carries a total prize fund of 1 crore, and the par for the course is 71 here. And the yardage is a benign 6,821 yards, but quite the layout here, which makes it very challenging. The tournament is supported by host venue East Point Golf Club and associate partners Alwar Das Group, SRK Infra, Vijayanagar Biotech Private Limited, and SLV Ventures. The unique tournament trophy depicts the Dolphin's nose, a landmark in the city of Visakhapatnam. Leading professionals participating in the event include Veer Lawat, Manu Gandas, Olympian, Udayan Mane, Rahil Ganji, Kalin Joshi, Aman Raj, Shaurya Binu, Dhruv Sharon, and Shankar Das. And quite a few foreign players as well this week as we have a look at Dhruv Sharon.
One of the leading players this week.
Looking resplendent in all blue. I see the arm sleeves are currying favor this weekend. I've tried them as well while playing golf, and actually helps you a little bit to stave off the sunburn. This putt should break maybe from the left.
Seems so. He seems to be aligned slightly left. He's coming from over the hole, but this week the greens aren't astonishingly quick, so the downhill putt shouldn't be that much of an issue. Oh, it's coming from the right.
Oh,
Actually,
we
and
both
leaves
got it
short.
wrong, and that can happen sometimes. Commentators are not perfect. That's why pencils have erasers.
Absolutely. This time, Dhruv got it a little incorrect as well. So
Yeah, I think
if he can do that. Seems to be a relatively hot day as well. I mean, they've got a little cooling towel, there's Jairaj on his neck, and then a couple of umbrellas out as well. It's another thing, the weather. It's an under-talked topic. A lot of players have to contend with that as well. And you know a lot about that. I mean, how different was how differently did the weather play in your head and in the game?
I think eventually it sort of boils down to your fitness and how you'll be feeling that week. As you have a look at Jairaj here, I think we're not going to take any call on this one, which way it's going to turn. We're going to do it post facto once we learn the
Just hope it
line.
goes in.
Saw that forward press right at the end. I really like that. Helps to send the ball on its way.
Jairaj, for the viewers who don't know, is the first left-hander to have won on the PGTI, and I find that surprising. In all these years, we haven't had a lefty win.
Yeah, there have not been too many left-handed players, so as to speak, over the years. When I was a professional, I can't really remember. I mean, still technically am, but when I was playing full time, I can't quite recollect seeing any southpaw. So the greens are rolling at 9, which is a rather comfortable speed for the player. It's neither slow nor too quick, so it's ideal if you want to make a ton of birdies.
Yeah, won't we enjoy that? We are here to watch all of them make a ton of birdies. Look at that lovely view. A lot of water. There's a massive water reservoir just left of tee number 10, which also consists of the outer bound. As we see, we're coming live from the East Point Golf Club, presenting the Vizag Open 2024.
Some of the top players, look at some of the other scores. Angad Chima, obviously leading the tournament. Then you have Muhammad Azhar at 4 under par, Dhruv Sharon, Amardeep Malik 3 under par. You can see a big chasm after the after the leader. In fact, after the top 5 players, there are a host of players who are tied at 3 under and below. So the scoring has been difficult, barring a few players. So This golf course is not really there for the taking. But obviously, the man on the screen has a different opinion about that.
Yeah, we see the three players who aren't struggling to score at all, and all three of them.
Must say a very stylish group with Angad Chima leading the way, Aman Raj with his customary hat, and Aryan Rupa Anand. The youngsters,
Aman Raj,
it's
of
the
course, taking the
onslaught,
cake.
onslaught of the youth. Yeah, Aman Raj has turned into a really prolific player. Like, plays a lot of golf internationally as well. Angad Chima, it's a very solid game. I've had the privilege of playing alongside him all throughout his growing years, and was always impressed by the way the ball came off the club face. Really good technique and very strong ball striker.
I agree with you there. There are some golfers who just have something different. A lot of
Yes.
the times you can't really pinpoint it. Also, it's just you just feel there's something more exciting about this player as we watch visuals from the golf club. On the left would be the 18th, and
Yeah,
on the
the
right.
18th is quite the finishing hole, I must tell you. Really makes things interesting, does hole number 18.
And that's what I was talking about. I mean, the golf course on distance doesn't seem a lot when it comes to total yardage. But the way the golf course is designed, it gives you a lot of options, and it does make you think. And it plays a little longer than it shows on the scorecard because a lot of the times you give up distance to be in play, and then the entire scenario changes.
Yeah, it's actually taking out the option of driver from your hand. So eventually, the distance to the green is pretty similar. So all in all, it becomes a difficult golf course, and that's what you call a smart golf course design. Yeah, as we have a look at Jairaj here now at par three, and you see the par threes are fairly tricky. This one being at 193 yards. The 16th being at 210, 13th being 185. It's fairly long par threes.
And you get penalized for missing it on the par threes, especially because of the rough and bunkers. And
Let's see how Jairaj is able to play this hole. Should be going with a 6 iron, 193, maybe even a 7 now with the distances that the players hit it. Probably a 8 iron yardage for you, Ainesh. You really do bludgeon the ball.
yeah, I need an 8 iron and then a lob wedge to get it back on the green. Let's see some lovely ball
That's
falling.
a brilliant shot.
Almost at a hole in one there.
You take our word for it. Don't take our word for it. These guys are brilliant.
It would have
The
been an
proof of
exciting
the pudding
start
is pretty much right there.
as he casually walks off after almost making a hole in one, telling his playing partners follow suit.
No, I think he's telling his caddy that we had the line wrong.
Ah,
He's telling
yes.
it, you gave me the wrong line. It's maybe a couple of inches left.
Always blame the caddy. You got the youngest member of this group, Aryan Rupa Anand, sitting pretty at 7 under par.
He's got the starched white trousers with a purple contrasting shirt. He's all of 22 years, and I feel like I've seen him for quite a while, and he feels like an experienced player, does Aryan. Stands a little further away, creates more speed and space for himself. Very good through transition.
He's got that shortish backswing and
Lot of
everything
power
just
as
goes
well,
through.
yeah.
Absolutely. And who doesn't recognize this boy?
Yeah, the stylish Aman Raj.
A-man, as I fondly call him. He's been playing a lot of golf, a lot of tournaments all around, and been doing fairly well.
29 years of age, home course Patna Golf Club, and 4 professional victories. Has been a professional for 8 years now.
Is that enough to call him a veteran?
No, I don't think so. That's a term that we normally use when a person's been on tour for maybe over 2 decades. Good shot though.
It's been a while. It's a lovely swing by him. No surprises there.
Oh, that's the aggressive play by Angad Chima.
He's backing himself up.
That's the mindset. I got him a 10 under par yesterday, but you have to have the ability to execute a driver on this tight hole. Angad Chima, 34 years old, home course Chandigarh Golf Club. Two professional victories. I feel that number ought to go up. He has so much promise and talent as this young man.
I think that number just does injustice to how he actually plays. I mean, um,
He's standing at the left-hand side of the tee, so maybe trying to favor a left-right movement here. Let's see if he's standing for a fade. Looks like it's standing a little open. And nice tall setup.
yeah, he's one of those guys who I've never seen change a whole lot.
Yeah,
Very recognizable golf swing, very fluid,
very
and
fluid and smooth as well.
it looks like he was about to pick his tee up quickly. He's probably played it out to the right, which is an option. You can push it out and play it to the fairway on the right, and then bring it back. Seemed like that's what he's done, taking it over the trees there. But I'm not sure. Probably get to see on the second shot, but an aggressive play nonetheless. Probably thinking that I shot a 10 under par, why not go for more?
It's always difficult to follow up a round where you've gone really deep with another good round. So there's going to be a litmus test. If he is to win this tournament, I think this round is very pivotal. And it's
That
going
is an
to-
interesting topic, though, actually. I've never really figured out. A lot of times I've seen players shoot course records, and the next day they come out and they're struggling to break par. Why do you think that is?
I mean, in my experience, I only had a few deep rounds, but I did have them. And whenever I had it, I ended up shooting over par the next day.
Is it because of the weight of expectation that
No,
maybe the players themselves have? Or
It's also about the level of player that you are. Sometimes you're not of 7, 8 under par is really uncharted waters for you. So that sort of your nervous system, where you've taken everything, you sort of squeezed all the juice out of the lemon, and then next day you're almost running on an empty tank emotionally, and even your expectations are of an 8 under par, but then you start a little slow, so that's what happens. But on the other hand, if you're a player who's used to low numbers, as we have a look at Rahil on the right hand,
right on cue with that, huh?
not too
Seems
happy
to-
from the reactions, missed it. So on the other hand, I've seen players when they have prolific ability of shooting deep numbers, for them they can still follow up a stellar round with a good round, and that's because you're not going to shoot 10 under every day. But if you can follow up a 10 under with maybe a 4 under, 5 under, I think that's brilliant in itself. So that's a good test for Angachima. He definitely has the mettle to do that.
I agree with you there because that pattern just seemed to have repeated itself here. Unfortunately, Milind after that brilliant 8 under par with a 3 over on round 2. As we watched Drush around with a little more distance on number 2 than he would have liked, but a good putt nonetheless from that distance.
Yeah, gave it a little bit of a scare, did.
And on our live feed,
Dhruv,
Dhruv Jibiswar
yeah.
doing his due diligence.
Adil Bedi also playing well this week.
It's hearty to see Adil Bedi doing well again. He's shown a lot of promise very early on in his career and still very, very young. Still a long way to go, lot to achieve.
Was besieged by that wrist injury and has done well to come back from it. I know that from personal experience that can really be a dampener, and especially happening to a precocious youngster. He's done well, and he's been rather consistent now and shooting the kind of scores that we know that he's capable of.
Milind seems to be in similar territory to Dhruv, so both taking the conservative approach, not going for the flag as their partner in, and but that seemed to have just run over the hole.
Yeah, that looked in all the way. That's one of those times when there's a lid on the hole.
They gave it a good run and probably getting a little more comfortable playing out here. It's all of 19, showing a lot of promise early on.
Anshul Patel, the other lefty, is at 1 under par.
Jairaj, after that brilliant tee shot on a relatively long par 3, just over the hole.
Sukrat Singh Gill from Canada at even par. Anshul Patel, my apologies, 1 over par. As we have a look at,
Seems to have pulled it a little.
Yeah, not his best part there.
And that's the funny thing about golf is if you're 25 feet away, you go for a routine two part, you make a par, you're happy moving on to the next tee. Jairaj, probably about 6 feet away, missing that, making the same score, very little down, moving to the next tee.
Arjun Prasad, 2 over par, the youngster. Divyanshu Bajaj Jethmalani, 1 over par. Varun Parekh, winner a few years ago at DLF, the Grand Thornton Open, is at 1 over par.
Comfortable clean up for Milind, wiping the sweat off his forehead. It's only hole number two, Milind. Long way to go today. Keep the electrolytes and water flowing as we watch. Probably Angad from the right side there. His playing partners are walking on. I think Aryan made the smart choice of wearing white trousers today. Keep all the heat off him as much as he can. You now watch Yashas on number two.
Defending champion N. Thanga Raja.
Seems to have started that a little bit to the left and finding a piece of the green there.
So let's talk about the defending champion Thanga Raja doing a brilliant job trying to keep that trophy and defend it. He's at 5 under par. So he's doing all the right things. A couple
Yeah,
of
but he
2
still
under
finds
pars.
himself 7 shots behind Angad after that brilliant round number two. I mean, if Angad can just post a half decent number today. We watch Ajay Besoya.
A lot of golf to be played still as we have a look at Ajay Besoya here.
He seems to have started it a little bit towards the center, and that's where it's finished. A little short and a little left of the flag, but an uphill putt.
Maybe about 35 feet.
That seems to be the favored part of the green where players are hitting with just one shot. We watched Jairaj with, and unfortunately he missed his birdie there. But a lot of opportunities still to come.
Look at some of the stats as we have a look at Rahil here. Rahil can get close to that flag. Really good with his irons and ability to hit those high fades, moving the ball from left to right.
It's so enjoyable to watch Rahil play golf. Everything about him, the way he approaches everything, the aggression, his golf swing, and he definitely has taken it to the right side. And
Yeah, a lot more aggressive in his approach, and that's a really good shot by Rahil. Unfortunate for that to feed off the shoulder.
just a little rollout there. Otherwise, it
Yeah,
was a
it's
brilliant, shot.
though. You can see that he was a little aggressive off the tee as you have a look at Aman here. He seems to be on the beach. Clean contact. That's a good shot from there. Difficult to hit it close when you're coming out of a bunker between that yardage of 70 to 100 yards.
Yeah, and then that tree to contend with, you would make sure you get a clean contact to get it over the tree. You got a little spin as well. Aryan now seems to have found himself on the left. I'm not sure if those trees are going to trouble him, but seems to be looking at a clear way. Let's see.
That came out really well. Should just stop after a bounce.
Yeah, I
That's
think
really well done. That one of those the postcard professional shot from 60, 70 yards where you're able to spin it. I think a lot of amateurs dream about that shot, and the professionals really execute that one.
That's a
where you're
lovely
gonna-
camera angle to see the players live there.
Look at the order of merit this year. Number one is Veer Rawat at 95 lakh. And then you have Manu Gandas at 65, trailing him by 30 lakhs. So Manu Gandas would want to win that order of merit again. Rahil Kanji, 47 lakh. Angad Chima, 46. He can really climb up there in a hurry. A lot of big tournaments coming up. And this one as well, the prize money for the winner would be, I think, close to 15 and a half or 16 lakh, if I'm not wrong. And that's a lot to really get you on your way. And then at position 6 is Akshay Sharma. Number 5 is Shaurya Bino. Abhinav Lohan in 8. Yashash Chandra, number 7. A talented group of players here. Going on down all the way to number 60, Pranav Mardikar at 6 lakh. It's very important, that position. As you have a look at the live feed 1. Oh, that's a good chip right there by Angad.
It's probably where Angad's second shot ended after that aggressive approach. I'm not sure, but the way he's playing, I will have no doubts that he's found himself in a short range for a little birdie. And Yashas on the green there on live feed too, just going about the green, getting his measurements, getting his line reading as we watch Aryan trying to make that chip. Looks like he's put it within tap and range, but he'd be disappointed with that. Probably wanted to make that or give it a good run. To all our viewers now, a lot of the umbrellas you see on screen would depict that it is hot and humid out there on the golf course, and we're just starting with the leader groups, which would mean that few hours of a lot of heat for them. And one can only hope, as spectators and commentators here for you, that they bring a lot of heat with their game as well. And Aman Raj now a little tricky with that rough position, but he definitely would want to make it, and he's given it a good run, and he has made it. That's a wonderful chip in by Aman Raj, confidently striking to take the ball out. And look at him with his chest out and confident strides. Moving on to number 2, he's come here with a purpose. He's not going to let Angad run away with this. That there, right there shows us we have an exciting day ahead of us as we watch Aryan Rupa on the left and Yashas on our right, both with the flat stick. Yashas a longer attempt, and that's a disappointing miss by Aryan. He was in very close range for a birdie just off the green, and using a tennis analogy, an unforced error by him, but a brilliant lag by Yashas, leaving himself tap in for par. And he has tapped it in. Moving on to the next. Angad now with short range, presumably for his 4 on the par 5, number 1. Ajay Bisoya on our right from a little under the hole. Also a fair distance to go. Angad cleaning up brilliantly on hole number 1 there, and Ajay with a lovely lag on number 2. He won't be too disappointed with that. Rahil now with the best tee shot in this group. It's coming from over the hole, a little from the left. This should curve quite a bit distance to the right. Yeah, taking it out to the left, but he seems to have underread that a little bit, and not to be a birdie for him on hole number 2, but should be a fairly simple routine par there. As you watched Yashas tapping it in with the flag in, and we saw Rahil just now tapping a little bit of the grass ahead of his golf ball. That's allowed now, both those things. Minor rule changes. You can tap spike marks now on the green, which I think is a positive change in the rules of golf. Ajay Biswa now with that little claw grip, quickly going about his work, making a par on number two. Shouldn't be too disappointed. That flag position on number two is actually a tricky one. Where it covers the bunker and the distance you're coming at 190 plus. To hit a fairly high shot with a relatively medium iron and stop it. If you push it out just slightly, you're going to short sight yourself into the bunker or in the rough. Aman Raj favoring the left side of the tee shot would I would assume he's trying to play a little fade or a little push from there onto this flag. Amaraj comes up with a higher ball flight than most players that I've seen. And no doubts there, he went right for the flag, and that's excellent tee shot by him after that brilliant chip in. He follows it up with a great tee shot there. He means business today. He's not going to let Angad or anybody run and run away with this. Angad now choosing to completely change the side of the tee box that he's going to tee it up. Interesting choice for him there.
Yeah, it looks like you'd want to flight the ball from left to right and be able to attack that flag. So definitely going for the flag from here.
Also, an interesting watch how players actually change things as we watch the leaderboard changing up in front of us.
Angad has the ability of hitting those towering iron shots, and that's something that you need on this hole to get it close. We saw that Rahil also hit it really nice, but maybe a little higher and just get into that collection area. There is a little bit of a shoulder, so if you're on the right hand side of it, the ball should feed closer to the flag stick. Let's see how he does. You can see how he really got under that one and coming in high. Let's see if he's on the correct line. That was a really aggressive shot, and he sort of stopped on a dime, maybe all of about a foot. And that's a really good shot.
Roll in, but it's absolutely makeable for him right there.
Yeah, it's a really good shot though.
As both Angad Chima and Amraj, both members of the leader group, making a birdie on number one. Aaron, on the other hand, missed that short part as we watched for a bogey. Let's see if he can make amends by hitting a good iron shot on this one. He seems to have pulled that a little bit, and the ball seems to be drawing to the left, and that's an error, maybe compounded by that little shot he missed.
That's going to be an intricate bunker shot to say the least, because he does have a lot of green to work with, but he'll have to flight it and pitch it in the perfect spot for it to be able to catch that slope.
Probably overcompensated by targeting the left side of the green and then maybe playing a bigger draw than he intended.
An interesting shot coming up for Aryan. Not the ideal start that he would have hoped for. As we have a look at the man in blue. We'll be hoping for some red numbers today, yeah?
Dhruv Sharon under the tutelage of Priya Puri for a long while coach for him now. Practices a lot in Gurgaon.
Decent putt.
Good lag by him.
Third hole, a long par 4 here, 473 yards.
Third hole's an interesting hole. It's a fairly straightforward tee shot, but it's not a very wide tee shot. And if you miss it to the left or the right, you're blocked a lot by the trees. So if you make a poor swing on this one, you're struggling to make par. And there's a little bunker on the right as well, guarding the fairway. So some of the longer hitters might be able to take it over it. We watch Milind now from over the hole, also using that little claw grip as we saw Ajay do it. But a good putt nonetheless from that distance. And the break ride left it slightly short. As we watch on our feed too on the right side. The boys in that group getting through their readings and measurements, what they need to do. Sure, while they do that, I'm just thinking here. Angad is 11 under par for the last 19 holes he's played.
Yeah, he's in a purple patch, so as to speak. He would like to continue that form. I'm really eager to see how Aryan executes this bunker shot. It's not the easiest shot. It's
You
going
think
to.
he's going to take it all the way to the flag or maybe bump it run?
It looks like he's going to be flying in a lot higher. He seems to be standing with an aggressive sort of a setup.
He's done exactly that.
The ball seems to have disappeared from view.
I think just a little pause on the screen there as we have Jairaj.
Back to the action.
Dhruv with a comfortable tap in there, moving forward.
Look at the narrow fairways here, and the rough is up as well. The players having to contend with the thicket around the fairways and the greens makes it really difficult for them. And those are some of the challenges which this golf course does present. And another feedback I got from the players that even reading the lines is not the easiest here. There are some subtle breaks with the players, unbeknownst to them, are not able to read correctly. So those are the few challenges here on this golf course. The rough definitely is one thing that the players must try and avoid if they are to play well this week. Or if they do hit the rough, then they better have steely arms to contend with that thick rough.
Absolutely, and Angad here now for his birdie. As we watch Raman Raj putting a marker down, so that means he's missed his putt for a two there. Angad just off the green now. Who would this be?
It's fairly makeable putt for Angad.
I think he's going to give it a good run there.
It's looking good on the correct line.
He's left it short.
Very unfortunate. You can see that he's aghast with himself, but I think that was a good putt. Maybe coming out of the apron, the fringe has slowed down the ball after impact, but it was a good putt nevertheless. As we have a look at Aryan, who overshot the flag for about 15 feet with his bunker shot. He's compounding of errors here. He doesn't want to do that early on.
Still got some work left now. He's got about 5.5, 6 feet there for his four.
Yeah, he's getting off to a really shaky start. A bogey on one, and now he has that for bogey.
Amarnaj opting to just tap in and move out of Aryan's way.
And an update for us. Thanga Raja has made another birdie, and he's 4 under for the day, so he dearly wants to retain that trophy. He's at 6 under par for the tournament, and now you can see there's a wide gap between first and third. 7 shots. Angachima, kind courtesy that birdie. So the first two players seem to be playing a different tournament. They're 13 and 9 under respectively, and if they can continue in similar form.
One of the more dangerous names on the leaderboard right now is Hani Basoya. He's 3 under for.
This one should break a little from his right. Would need to be firm for this to go in. Has to be assertive, otherwise it might leave its line. That's really well done, I must say.
Finds the left side of the hole, sneaks it in.
Sometimes you say there's something known as a good bogey, and that's that. A brilliant bogey, because he's able to sort of ensure that he really doesn't come off the rails. As we have a look at that beautiful Nissan Magnite, the hole-in-one prize. I saw that hole-in-one prize so much, I ended up buying one.
Well, it is a brilliant sponsor. They're new on board, Nissan, and they've shown a lot of grit.
And a little bit about them. Nissan Motor India Private Limited is a subsidiary of Nissan Motor Co. Limited, Japan, and has been operating in the Indian automotive market since 2005 with strategic investment of 1.8 billion in the Indian economy. Nissan and its global alliance partner Renault have created over 70,000 direct and indirect jobs, contributing to the country's growth and development. And here they are this week supporting the player who would end up making a hole-in-one. As you have a look at Aman Raj.
Anyway, to support them as well, and Aman Raj doing seems to be some sort of a drill.
Yeah, that's something that we've not quite seen him do previously. Maybe that's something that he's working on.
He's got that familiar stride with his chest out, that hat setting up. Gives it a good rip. Looking at it with concern, slightly maybe just missed it to the left a little bit, but doesn't seem to have missed it too big.
Angad Chiva now.
Similar spot, Angad coming up with his driver. He's one of the better drivers as well. I mean, he's got a great long game actually.
Yeah, one thing I noticed, I remember this memory of mine from, I think maybe 2010 or 11, when I don't quite remember the year, or maybe it was later, one of those tournaments. Let's have a look at that drive first, and then I'll tell you. It's one of the times that I realized that the ball does come off really well off the face of the club when Angad hits it. He does a little bit of a forward press and really gets into the ball.
He's got a great flow to the swing. It's like he starts it and then that's a full follow through. Sort of like what Rory McIlroy does.
Yeah,
there's no blockage in the swing. There's no barriers, no speed bumps, and always great to watch. So looking at it a little more nervously.
Recently married as well. I think it's been under a year, so that always does help you become a little more, aware of. I would not like to say use the word responsible, but I see that it does turn around fortunes for players, and they tend to play better then. So, and the same can be said about him. So that's nice to see as we have a look at Aryan here.
Oh, I would agree. Absolutely. Positive moves in life. Aryan would like to stripe one in the middle here.
It's a good shot.
And
Aryan reminds me a little bit of Kalyan Joshi, both of them from the same golf course. Similar sort of swing. Both are powerful, and there's something very similar about even the pre-shot waggle. Maybe Aryan has grown up watching.
Kalyan's a good friend. I would like to say that he's old enough where Aryan probably saw him play a lot.
Yeah, so maybe there is a little bit of similarity.
Emulated him a little bit as well.
There's a little bit of similarity in that takeaway.
So if Kalyan is going to listen to this commentary, I am here calling you old. Just as a joke. But Kalyan's also got a lot to win.
The thing is that when you're young, you can actually make those jokes. when like myself, you're getting on the side of 40, then you realize it's not so funny anymore.
I played a lot with Kalyan, and he's brilliant. And he's one of those players who follows an 8 under par with another 8 under par, another 10 under par.
Yeah, he has that ability to really turn it on, and he has the ability of keeping the afterburners on.
Absolutely, just turns it on and then just keeps going with that same flow, and some big margin of victories in his life. And I'm sure moving forward, Still got a long career ahead, and Ajay Bisoya now going through his little pre-shot routine, pre-putting routine, trying to get the measure of the slope there on number three. He's got quite a distance to lag. Ajay Biswaya now at -6 with that claw grip, getting a little more popular nowadays. Aggressive run, runs it by about 3 feet past the hole. Ajay Biswaya now is not the leading Biswaya in the field.
Honey Besoya has gotten off to a really hot start with an eagle, a birdie, and then another birdie on hole number 4. And that sees him at a total of 7 under par. Honey also a really good player and very strong ball striker is Honey Besoya, based out of Delhi. Angad Chima still enjoying a 4-shot lead over his playing partner Aman Raj. As we have a look at Yashas, who's craning over that putt. Just about veering off to the right hand side. Besoya now with fairly makeable putt, just maybe about 3.5 feet uphill. Should break a little to his left. Right center should be good enough. And he drains that putt. Should be an enjoyable round for him playing alongside Rahil. I remember from my time, you're always buoyed when you're playing with a player who's has a good stature in the game and a lot of history attached to his name. You feel that you can learn a thing or two, and I wouldn't say starstruck, but you definitely do enjoy playing with players who have reached the upper echelons of the game, and compare your game to theirs, and also regale in their stories. It's a nice putt by Rahul Ganji. The ladder putting challenge. Depends on something this is and the brilliant will for the
And we have a winner there. Well, all three members of the leader group there finding themselves in decent positions. Angad taking out the flat stick, Aryan on the right side there. That tree shouldn't bother him a whole lot, but still have to maneuver something with his strike as he sets up. Go straight over them. A high flight with a wedge there seems to be attacking the flag, and he does. Running out a little bit there through the upslope. Angad's hit a brilliant second shot. Finds themselves just under the flag on the right side. Another makeable birdie putt for him coming up. Aman Raj now from the left side of the fairway with his approach. Taking it soaring into the sky with a wedge. Goes for the flag. It's a brilliant shot. Playing closest to the flag there now. Seems like Angad and Aman Raj. Very, very makeable birdie opportunity there for him. As our first look, Adil Bedi, just under the hole on hole number 5.
Our first look at Adil this week.
He wouldn't be too thrilled with that chip shot, but he's under the hole. He's got an uphill putt to get him up and down there.
We see a few players using the umbrella now. The conditions don't quite look that oppressive, but I think over the duration of a round, the effects of the heat can compound. So maybe it is the prudent choice. I don't quite remember using the umbrella unless the rain was out. I think we had a lot more. I think weather has changed over the years as well.
I could never carry an umbrella and walk in the heat. It just made me feel like I'm getting a lot more exhausted. Also, our first look at Hani Bisoya. Speaking of players who go deep and follow it up with similar rounds, Hani Bisoya is one of them as well.
Yeah, he's also a strong ball striker.
You must have played some golf with him. What
Yeah,
experience have you had with him?
I've seen that he's also one of those younger crop of players and has a lot of control power, and he's a very good driver of the ball, especially when he's on. I can't really think of too many players who are consistent at a length of 300 yards in the fairway. And really hits his 3-wood also very long distance, can carry that 3-wood about 280 off the tee, carries a driver close to about 295, 300, and especially when he's on, we've seen him blow away the fields. You know,
I agree with you.
he has the ability of hauling the rest of the field over the coals.
He's one of the more aggressive players as well. He just goes for it, regardless of where he is in the
Aryan Rupa on the right hand side. I remember, in fact, I played that tournament, good putt,
a little short.
In 2017, I think, if I'm not wrong. And Honey had won that tournament at Noida Golf Course by a handful of shots. And it was extremely oppressive conditions, rain, inclement weather. And I think, if I'm not wrong, he won it by a good 7-8 shots at 20 under par. And there was nobody close. So he has that ability to really separate himself from the field. The only thing that he's not done it consistently enough. I would think that with his ability, he would do a lot better when he's playing abroad. So we're just waiting for him to break through and take it to the next level overseas. You know, he's a very good player and he has the ability to produce good rounds and victories here in India and good performances, but not in line with his talent. They're too few and far in between, given the prodigious talent and delivery of good scores that he's already done under his belt. So let's hope that he's able to pick it up and move on to a bigger stage. As we have a look at Angad here.
Where he's doing well is Honey, and we do wish him all the success that he can get. As Angad now almost flag high, should be In my opinion, it's probably the easiest, not the closest, but the easiest putt out of the three players. I don't think he's going to repeat the mistake of leaving this one short.
That's a good
Lips it
putt.
out.
Giving the hole a little bit of a scare. Amardeep Malik also on a little bit of a tear. 3 under par today through 5 holes and gets him to 6 under par. Amardeep Malik also multiple winner on tour.
Hammer, as he's fondly known, striking away.
Karthik Sharma also 3 under par, getting to 5 under par. So we see a quartet of players who've gone deep, namely Thangaraja, Amardeep Malik, Sachin Bissoya, Karthik Sharma, and Hani Bissoya as well, who've been able to climb up the leaderboard. And
Now Aman Raj has an opportunity to pick up a shot, an opportunity that is far and few as far as Angad Kumar in the lead.
opting to keep the flag inside. This is a pretty makeable putt from the right hand side. I feel that this will end up in the bottom of the cup. Oh, he seems to have over borrowed.
I think maybe that was influenced by Aryan's putt as well. Aryan left it short, and maybe Aman Raj had in his head that it's not too quick. But he has run it through the break and wouldn't be a birdie for him. No players in the leader group making a birdie on number 3. Little cleanup required here for Aryan and Aman Raj both.
You can see that there is humidity in the air. You can see his shirt is testament to that. So I think that's the reason why the players are opting to carry an umbrella as well. Early in the day, and he's already drenched. So but oppressive conditions also making this golf course a lot more difficult.
If you're in this situation, would you hope for the wind to pick up?
I think yes, it actually brings you a little bit of respite, and you can see the flag is very still, no wind per se, so it makes playing a little easier. But all in all, you want better weather. So, but as I say,
As long as it
golf,
stays on the 10 yards.
the professional golf is obviously a test of your fitness as well, alongside your mental fortitude. So, and as I spoke, the flag is fluttering. Aman Raj surprisingly keeping the flag in, even for a short putt.
He's got his own formulas and own ways of going about things, but does exactly what Aryan did, finding the bottom of the cup with his second putt. And look at those lovely views as we watch our leaderboard. Of course, atop the leaderboard sitting Angad Chima after that brilliant 10 under par yesterday, round 2, and starting with the birdie today, which also was done by Aman Raj. And Hani Bissoya moving up the leaderboard today. 9 spots he's moved up as of now, finding himself tied for third with, of course, the veteran Rahil Gangji. And the defending champion N. Thangaraja rounding up the top 5 with Amardeep, Sachin, Karthik, Dhruv Sharon and Jairaj Singh Sandhu all in the top 10. 2 left-handers in the top 10. That is also interesting to watch. All players are winners or multiple winners on tour. Maybe early start of the day. We're bringing you this coverage live from the East Point Golf Club, Vizag, in the beautiful city of Visakhapatnam. The weather seems to be a little humid and a little hot today to begin proceedings, with the wind almost negligible. So another little factor, but a beautiful, beautiful golf course nonetheless, with a brilliant and challenging layout for the golfers currently playing.
Angachimo would keenly be wanting to add to that tally of victories.
And they would move up hole number 4. Number 4 is a fairly straightforward hole as well. As we watch Jairaj with a little cooling towel and a little umbrella walking up on number 5. Three decent approaches. Jairaj finds himself nearest to the flag, just over the hole. All three players managing to find the putting
And
surface.
a word about the PGTI Tour partners. Tata Steel. Tata Steel Group is among the top global steel companies with an annual crude steel capacity of 33 million tons per annum. It is one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers with operations and commercial presence across the world. The group recorded a consolidated turnover of US 20.41 billion in financial year 2018. Amrutanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus. Amrutanjan Healthcare Limited. Amrutanjan Healthcare is a 127-year-old company with a rich legacy and best known for its iconic brand Amrutanjan Pain Balm. A purpose-driven and innovative company, Amrutanjan Healthcare offers a versatile product portfolio. And Fruitnik Electro Plus is a juice-based electrolyte drink offered first time in India in a convenient PET bottle. And I'm pretty certain that the players would be having quite a few of these today, given the condition. And another tour partner is Bisleri. Bisleri has enjoyed the title of Pioneers of Packaged Drinking Water category for over 5 decades and are proud to be associated with PGTI this year as the official hydration partner. Then you have Nissan, who we spoke of just recently. And in February 2023, Nissan Motor India announced a new vision for the alliance in India with an investment of US 600 million. As part of the plan, Nissan will launch 3 new models, 2 new SUVs, and 1 EV catering to both domestic and export markets. The significant investment reflects Nissan's commitment to the Indian market and its determination to bring the latest technology and innovation to its customers.
Quick look at Milan now from under the hole on hole number 5. Would like to just lag it up there and finish with the 2 putt. Does a brilliant job.
And another tour partner, Rolex, the privileged association between Rolex and golf dates back to 1967 when Arnold Palmer became the Rolex testimony. The charismatic American, one of golf's big three, contributed to popularizing golf and giving it a worldwide dimension. By recognizing his pioneering spirit and achievements on the course, Rolex would irrevocably link itself to some of the sport's most memorable moments, players, and tournaments. Since 1967, the relationship between Rolex and golf has continued to thrive. Today, Rolex is not only worldwide but also with the principal professional tours, competitions, and personalities. I'm sorry, Mr. Line there. Rolex is not only associated with the most important and prominent bodies governing golf worldwide, but also with the principal professional tours. So you see, there's a bevy of big brands, associates, and companies which help keep the tour running in brilliant shape.
Dhruv now from flag high, finding himself on the left side, leaving it a roll or two short, and that'd be a disappointing miss for him there, tapping it in without a problem. And all the sponsors that make everything happen and make everything possible, justified by the lovely golf played by these professionals as well.
And a word about event partner SRK Infra. With over 40 years of excellence, SRK Infra has turned challenges into opportunities, evolving into a leading construction company. And we have a look at Jairaj Sandhu. He would also have to turn challenges into opportunities.
It's the second time we're watching Jairaj from a close range. Didn't manage to make the first one. What can he do here?
Not
Surprised by the ball moving to the left there.
Yeah, that had us all fooled, to be honest. So it's,
I thought it was coming back as well.
Yeah, I've heard that from players that lines are a little difficult to gauge. So maybe shouldn't be too hard on himself. I thought that was a brilliant putt, but just snaked away at the end. From industrial structures to highways, bridges, and residential complexes, the journey has been remarkable, guided by core values of innovation, design, nature, and service. SRK Infra is transforming the real estate landscape. The latest project, The Earth near Nandi Hills, offers premium lifestyle plots for a refined living experience. And we're very happy that SRK Infra is associated with this tournament, and long may this partnership flourish. And talking about flourishing partnerships, we need to look no further than the ABP network and the Professional Golf Tour of India.
As we take snippets to watch the beautiful city of Visakhapatnam. Beautiful aerial shots of the golf course on our screen. We have on the right side the putting surface for hole number 9. Pretty tricky hole, in my opinion. And on the left, we have hole number 18, both guarded by the same water hazard. And
And
18 also a tricky finishing hole.
yeah, and the water hazard also divided into three quadrants. A very unique design as well.
Still early days for our leader group to get there. So tell you a little bit about the hole when we see it in action. Such a beautiful backdrop, such a wonderful place to be playing golf. A sport that has given so many people so many opportunities to enjoy the outdoors and show their skills.
And a very good morning to you. That's the first look at us as well.
Let's look at us. Yes, it is. After those lovely backdrops, I'm not sure how we do justice, but this is us. I, Ainesh Aluwalia, and the veteran golfer, businessman, commentator Shaurya Singh on the screen.
Thank you for such a glowing introduction. I must say it's been fun following these golfers today. We've seen what they're capable of, and Angad Chima seems that he's a man to catch. And I know it's a little early in the day, but I feel that if I was to put my money on anyone, it would have to be Angad Chima right now. He seems to be in fine fettle and seems to be going on with guns blazing.
I agree with you, but seeing the names right behind Angachima, I won't be too sure on betting on him so soon because Amanraj and Hani Masoya and Rahil Gangji following suit right behind him. Some big names, and as we know, third round of the golf tournament, moving day. You never know who comes up with a big, deep round today.
Yeah, it is moving day and being displayed by these players.
The first look on the fairway on number 5.
We're seeing a lot more umbrellas come out now. So the players battling the conditions and the golf course. Sometimes it can become a lot more interesting with the heat. It adds another element. It almost turns itself into a bigger championship, so as to speak.
Absolutely. And to
majors,
sustain yourself to 4 rounds as well. The weather's going to be like that. It's going to take a lot out of you.
Rahil now.
Perfect position in the fairway. Nothing more than a wedge in his hands. Flags in the middle of the green as well. It's a complete green light for all these players once they find the fairway.
Ball's not quite in view.
Didn't seem to be too thrilled by his reaction. Not sure exactly where that ended up. As we watch Yashas placing his golf ball on the fairway. As we like to inform the viewers, this week we are playing preferred lie or lift, clean and place, as some people might call it, which would mean that a few little things can't be determined, like how Angad's 10 under par yesterday would not be able to
Yeah, I would
count
not
under
hold as an
the.
official course record, unfortunately, but what we've heard, he said that's the lowest round that he's ever shot in competition. So 10 under, nevertheless, it's a brilliant effort as we have a look at Yashas here.
Also a wedge in his hands, last player in this group to
He
hit
seems
his
to have
approach.
hit it right over the flagstick there.
Held his finish for a few seconds, so he might have been interested in where it finishes. Rahul wasn't too thrilled with his shot, at least that's what I felt with his reaction, but he's got the flat stick out, so he'll have an opportunity to make whatever comes forth. Fifth hole's a little. It's interesting because there are a lot of hazard lines, but they're not really in play. And look at those three brilliant shots on the green. I mean, I don't know why anybody would be disappointed with any of those shots. All three within makeable range there.
Yeah, good shots all around. I think Rahul is the one who's over the flag and to the left with the downhill putt coming up.
Especially.
Rahul probably with that putt which would tend to veer off to the right hand side.
A brilliant tee shot, a brilliant approach shot. My apologies by Yash is there. Good reason for him to have held his finish.
Our number one player, Veer, on the order of merit, not having the best of days today, is 4 over for his round through 5 holes and finds himself in 57th position. But you know that he does have the ability of turning it on anytime, so maybe he'll make quite a few birdies on the last remaining 13 holes of his round.
We also recently married and finding success right after that. Maybe that's the key.
Yeah,
for Indian
congratulations
golfers.
to Veer as well. Badal Hussain from Bangladesh really suffering on hole number 9 with a 10. Oh, the ignominy. A 10 on the ninth hole, and he was going along really well prior to that. So he was 1 under for his round. So I'm sure that water has had something to do with that. As we have a look at Ryle, the ninth hole has not been too kind. It's seen bogeys, no birdie yet, and a double bogey as well by Sukraj Gill. But missing it on the lower side is Ryle. But a 10 is definitely out there from the, it's something from left field. It's really would be a shock to the system. He's done well to make pars on 10 and 11 after that, the man from Bangladesh.
Yeah, which is why this golf course is tricky. I mean, if you're playing well, you can navigate it and shoot a respectable score. But slight error on one of the holes, and then if you do it on the wrong hole, it can take you for a ride. Ajay Vasaya now. So Rahul missed his opportunity. Ajay in a peachy position to make this.
Yeah, a lot easier putt. Coming straight up would break just a touch, but needs to hit it firm enough.
And right as you
Yeah,
said that,
unfortunately,
that little roll.
Yeah, that's something that you can do to negate the break when the greens are on, not particularly quick.
Those misses hurt the most as well
Yeah,
because
when you leave
you
it in
did
the yeah,
99% of the things correct and you just
yeah,
didn't get it there.
leaving it in the jaws is rather painful.
You almost feel like you robbed yourself of picking up a shot there, and Yasha's in the best position out of the three players.
The lowest round on the golf course at this point in time belongs to N. Thangaraja, the man from Sri Lanka. Strongly built N. Thangaraja. 4 under and 6 under for the championship. Amardeep Malik, not too far behind, with a 3 under par. And a similar score for Hani Besoya, Sachin Besoya, and Karthik Sharma, 3 under par for the day.
Yasha's now
Good putt there for
straight in for
ESS.
him, no doubts. Got the speed, break, everything correct. Amardeep Malik and Angachim are good friends. They're roommates as well. Both out there on the leaderboard in the top five. Angad, of course, the man the entire pack is chasing currently.
Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal also coming along really well. He is the proverbial veteran and very affable personality fellow. Uh, whenever I meet him, he has a smile on his face. I think he's about 46, 47 years. And the last few years, he's really been enjoying his game. As the competition has stiffened up, he's actually started shooting a lot more low scores. And I actually had a conversation about this with him. He said, I'm just enjoying, I feel lucky to be playing the game of golf and I enjoy the tour, the improvements, the increase in the prize money, the locations. And so I've learned to enjoy the game. I think that's what it is. And you can maximize your ability. At times, the competition that we have is not with an opponent, it's actually internal. As I say, the biggest battle, it starts in the mind. You conquer your own self. And I
And
think it's
golf is
also
a
great.
sport.
It's a great privilege to be playing a sport that you love and actually make a living out of it. You realize that once you stop doing that, um, there's not many things which can really top that. That if you love this game and you get to travel such stunning locations, look at that view. It's can leave you in a state of transcendence. It's so nice. It's tranquil, beautiful, calm, benign. You can't think of enough adjectives that come to mind. And then you're playing golf. Of course, when we are in the heat of battle, nobody feels that way. You can only smell the roses when you're outside the ropes. When you're playing golf, you're firmly focused on how you are playing. I think that's one of the strange paradoxes, so as to speak. You never enjoy a round when you're in the heat of battle because you focus so much on what is happening, and your practice rounds are all spent in preparation, and you're meticulously planning for the week ahead.
This is the par 3 challenge with a driver, 180 yards. Pray to God. Oh yeah, that was such a good shot. It's not going to be showed on video. Again, that was so good. It shouldn't be on camera. All right, Sammy, this one's for you, buddy. Oh, perfect. Get in the hole. Get in the hole.
Nobody hit the green, but as a consolation prize, I think Mane hit the better shot.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to take this one. Well done, bro. Well done.
Between Nod and Mane.
A little competition between the two with the driver on a par 3.
Samarth as well. What I saw there, Udayan, a big, strong, burly fellow, really has a lot of strength. And Samarth, also, certified fitness trainer, is very fit and athletic, but just shows you the stature of Udayan. He's, he really punch on that ball.
Udayan's got the right golfing genetics, so to say.
Absolutely, I
Massive
think
leg frame.
it's a genetic lottery that he's landed. Big, strong frame, very tall. That helps you a lot in golf. I would think my co-commentator also has quite a few attributes to hit the ball far. And in fact, you've taken them over to the cricket field as well, my friend, as we have a look at the top 10 scores.
I always have to be around some sport, and no changes there on the top two. Angachima and Amanraj retaining their positions, but a little changeover with the number three. Hani Bisoya seems to have dropped a shot there, and Rahil finds himself at 7 under par as he was. And Thanga Raja slowly making his way up the leaderboard. And Thanga Raja, if you remember, is the defending champion. And Amardeep Malik, Hammer, as he's known, is also at 6 under par alongside Hani Bisoya and Yashish Chandra. And the other Bisoya in the group, a shot behind his brother, is at 5 under par alongside the two lefties, Karthik Sharma and Jairaj Singh Sandhu. So that is our top 10 currently.
Karthik Sharma also in with an eagle on hole number 7 and 4 under for the front nine. Now joins Thanga Raja to be the lowest round out on the golf course today. So it's good to see the chasing pack putting the heat on our leader and Aman Raj. Makes it a lot more interesting.
You've got one of our players wearing a cape there. Interesting way to wrap the towel around themselves.
Yeah, that's the first time I'm seeing that, but full marks for imagination and looking very stylish.
And our first look at hole number 7 as well.
The cape seems to have come undone. He was looking like Superman for a while.
Time to wipe the face and then get back to reading the green. 7th, an interesting par 5. Not a very long par 5, but you do want to take advantage of it and make a birdie at the least. You might feel like you're giving a shot back to the field.
Yeah, on the cards, it only measures 477 yards. Tell us a little bit about this hole, Anish.
It's a fairly straightforward hole. You have plenty of room to miss it on either side, preferably on the right if you have to. But a good strike on the fairway, you left, even the average hitters are left with a mid iron or a long iron at the most, which is decent enough for a par 5. I remember when I played this, I used to have probably something like a 7 iron, and most people would have a 7 or a 6 iron as well running into this. And I did find myself not in my own fairway, so I did have a slightly longer distance, but the guys who were hitting it straight would not have a lot of trouble on this hole. But the green's fairly guarded, so if you do miss it on the left or the right, there is a bunker there short of the green, and the rough is thick. But not a very challenging par 5.
Talking about challenging, that seems to be quite the challenging shot right there.
If you find if contend with the stance. Lie seems to be okay. You can see the golf ball propped up there. So all you have to do with is this balance and this swing.
He has executed it really well. Maybe chipping it into the green. That's why the ball slowed down a touch, but a good shot nevertheless. Now having a look at that putt. Should break a little from his right to left. On your screens is M. Dharma.
Yeah, plenty of time to read that. Missing it slightly to the right there. A good lag nonetheless from that distance. Fairly simple tap in for him.
Now putting is Syed Saqib Ahmed. It's currently even par for the tournament and 1 over for the week.
Saqib is another one of those players who's been out on tour for a while. Very, very fit, very strong, very powerful ball striker as well. I've got on our live feed two on the right side of your screens. We watch a leader group making their way onto the green on number 5.
He's been a professional since 2015 and he's 30 years of age. Feels like he's been a professional a lot longer.
Yeah, I think we've just been watching these guys, playing with these guys, watching these guys for a while now. So it does give you that illusion.
So the current season, he's at a total of 6,10,000. Would be somewhere in the late 50s on the order of merit.
Saqib now. Different stance in putting than you'd see on the regular basis. Wider stance there. Sneaks it in the right side of the hole. So that's a wonderfully done up and down for him there. Getting a little cheer from the crowd, a little fist bump to the caddy. Moving on to number 8. You watch Aryan from above the hole on number 5 from the right side of the green.
And Saptak Talwar on the left hand side. Aryan just about missing that on the lower side, but a good putt nevertheless.
Saptak going through his routine, biding his time. Saptak's also been traveling quite a lot, playing whenever he gets an opportunity. Saptak on the left, Angad on the right. Saptak with a shorter putt and he makes it comfortably, finds the bottom of the cup. Angad with a fair distance more than what Saptak had.
Saptak was a really good player, had a top 10, sixth place finish on the Asian Tour recently, so shows you that he has the game to compete with the best of the best.
The way Angad's been going about things, this is probably his makeable range for him.
Again, you see a few putts coming up short for a lot of the players. Angad Chima looks a little remiss, but yeah, he would feel that he's left one there. He hit a good putt. When you leave it right in the jaws, it does hurt a little bit, but he's 4 clear.
I feel maybe the players are under the impression the greens are slightly faster than they actually are, because we've seen a few players leaving a short in most holes.
It's the humidity as well. Sometimes when there is humidity in the air, it actually slows down the greens a little more. And that's something which is not quite perceptible to the players' sensory organs, and then they end up sort of under-reading the speed, so to speak.
Aman Raj, as much as I've watched him play golf, I have never seen him leave anything short.
A lot better speed there by Aman Raj. I would say Aman Raj is probably the best putter in this group, without doubt.
Probably is, absolutely. And to go with that, he's a brilliant ball striker, which is why he's found a lot of success. He's always been a consistent golfer. He's always been around leaderboards, but the last year and a half, 2 years, he's managed to win more than once, and week in, week out, he just finds himself knocking at the door. Aryan after that, good lag, routine tap in. Allen also seems to have settled down into his rhythm now. I'm going to aim to pick up a few shots and get back in the mix.
A look at the golf course from above. Those wonderful drone shots.
Well, wonderful for us, but they seem to be showing the 9th and the 18th. Both very challenging holes. The players might have a different view of the two golf holes when they get on the tee box here. I find that interesting. I like when the finishing hole is slightly tricky. Always leaves room for some drama to happen.
Yeah, they're perfect for finishing holes indeed. We remember the previous year. It did get a little down.
As we make our way back to the action, our first look at hole number 8, and that flag position there is as tucked as it could be on the left side. Not a very long golf hole, so a slightly tough flag position is probably the defense of this hole. You see that beautiful car as the hole-in-one prize, very generously presented by Nissan. Taking a swipe now. A little conservative approach, but an opportunity nonetheless. Honey with his approach on number 8. I'd assume he would want to go for the flag, and he did. Almost winning that car there. It's a brilliant tee shot by Honey. You don't have more than a pitching or a 9-iron on this hole, so you'd want to attack the flag a little more, pick up a shot when you can. As the 8th hole is followed by relatively challenging number 9.
But I think this is a fairly, I'm going to say fairly makeable hole in one, but in terms of probability, there's a good chance that somebody could make a hole in one, but there's only 153 yards, nothing more than maybe for the longest hitters, even a pitching wedge, maybe a 9-iron for the majority of the field, and for shorter players, maybe an 8-iron.
I would agree there, and this hole, the way the greens are playing, it's a matter of time where someone just actually makes it. Honey there almost made it with that brilliant approach. As you watch the group of Jairaj.
What about you, Ainesh? Have you ever had an ace in your life?
I have had a few, never as a professional, a couple as an amateur, and I think about 3 or 4 as a junior.
That's quite a bit, in fact. Sometimes 3 or 4 as a junior and couple as an amateur, so that would get your tally up to about 6 or 7 hole-in-ones in your life.
Yes, I'm fairly lucky there. Actually, I did have an advantage on par threes. To be honest, a lot of the par threes, I would hit a club and a half less than most of the other players, and the shorter clubs you're approaching with, it gives you a better opportunity to be a little more accurate and get it in.
Yeah, actually, if I think about it, I can't, like, I've played golf with a lot of players, and I can't quite think of anybody who hits the ball further than you. And that's a massive asset. And we also often we think about these things that if you hit the ball that far, then you have to be one of the best players. But obviously, it's not that easy. There are so many facets to the game, but I think gives you a little bit of a leg up for sure.
Absolutely. Like I remember last year when I played this hole number 8. Both days I hit a 52, as opposed to a lot of players hitting a pitching or a 9, and then over a period of years, obviously, then that you hit a few good shots and some of them make it to the hole. And
Milan Sony.
on hole number 7, all 3 players on the putting surface.
His grip is a last Sergio Garcia, very similar.
We've seen a few now on our screen. We see Jairaj with the similar grip, Ajay Bisoya, and now Milan Sony as well.
And rather peculiar pre-shot routine as well. The hand coming from afar, right at the end.
He gives it a good whip. There's a fair distance there, but takes a look at it till the end. So, a brilliant putt by him. A little knee knocker, and a little knee jump by the caddy as well, indicating that that putt had a chance. Jairaj now from a little on the right compared to Milan, but seems to be just inside him. So, a fair distance to go for him as well.
Would have got some sort of knowledge on this part after seeing Milan, although albeit from a different area of the green, but similar downward part. So he would have gauged the speed, and that would help him. Should be looking to make this one.
Which I pushed it a little further out to the left than he would have intended, but
We're not seeing many players hold putts this week. And they're finding it rather difficult to get to gauge the correct line.
I think greens with the subtle breaks are tougher to actually read than short breaks.
So if you see, they're not really undulating. There's not much pronounced slope, so there you actually have to really look for something which is not quite perceptible. And oftentimes, if you see, it's a lot easier to see, when there are giant slopes, then you can actually gauge a lot from there itself. But none of that would bother Angad Chima. He is still holding a handsome lead of 4 shots over Aman Raj. Amardeep Malik now in 3rd position, 4 under par. Also the best round of the day thus far, 7 under par, and 6 shots behind his dear friend Angad Chima.
Dhruv with a shorter putt than his playing partners, but also not getting the break right there. Amardeep Malik is trying to catch his rooming. He's trying to catch Angad and say, you know what, tomorrow morning you're going to leave at the same time from the house. So you and I have to be in the leader group. So I'm going to make a bunch of birdies and catch up to you. As we take a look at Alap there on our screens. Playing alongside Divyanshu, the other member on the screen.
Alap now with a putt that should break to his right. If I'm not wrong, we've been wrong on quite a few occasions today, Ainesh. Let's see if we are able to nail this one.
No, so have our players. Shaurya, they have also not gotten the break right.
Yeah, it's
a little
not
more
easy,
difficult
sir.
for us from the screen.
It's definitely not easy because we don't get so many wrong lines when we are guessing. But you're not really guessing. I mean, we're looking at a perceptible break. Maybe the grass, the direction in which the grass is growing, also has an effect because it has us here flummoxed in the commentators' booth, and the players as well are guessing. So whoever can master the greens this week should end up as numero uno.
And
someone
Sandeep Singh on our screens marking his ball. But you're right. But if you notice, Shaurya, they haven't really missed it by a big margin. Is this those little subtle misses? They've either left or right shot.
And it's the similar mistakes that the players and us that we've made here because, as players, you're just seeing the slope and you sort of go with that.
Sandeep Singh now.
No guessing which way it's going to break. We'll wait and watch. Also opting to keep the flag inside.
The Laman Raj tactic and works for him.
As you have a look at Jairaj now, looking to drive off with that resplendent Nissan Magnite. I must say it's an absolute beauty.
Oh, it is. Absolutely. On resume, this might be like a little push cut, comfortable shot for a left-handed.
Look at that!
Oh, that was exciting for a moment. That's a lip out.
We thought we had it. This is a highway robbery. That looked good all the way. What a brilliant shot. He was able to sort of abbreviate that follow through and a fade for the left-handed player. I mean, he can't do much more. Seriously, that at least give him the steering wheel.
Jairaj, that was close.
That's really unfortunate.
Tee shot. That deserved to go in.
Yeah, I never quite seen a hole-in-one. That's heartbreak.
That's it's a little disappointing for us sitting here. I can only imagine. Must have looked so good in the air for him.
You can't do better than that. That pitched in the perfect slot.
He lipped it out. He got the break wrong again, just from 160 yards. But Milan Soni now. Now, see, that's the mistake that you can make on this hole. It's a short par 3, but now you've short side.
Look at that ball. I mean, if and it pitched on the right of the flag, so that was ideal as well because it was turning towards the flag. It breaks that way. And it lipped out. And this is
the golf film gods just
denied him. Also shows you the standard, the spectacular standard that is maintained by the players on the professional golf tour of India. Dhruv now also favors right to left draw. So this could be.
We have another opportunity. Dhruv, come on.
This could be spicy as well, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your seats. This is turning back towards the hole, maybe a little to the right, but looks good. Brilliant shot by him as well. 15 feet right. That's a fantastic shot by Dhruv.
It's a brilliant shot. It's just the cake was taken by Jairaj after that tee shot. He showed the way to his group members as well.
What I really liked about that shot was the abbreviated finish and being able to control the flight and the spin as well. When it pitched, it was really controlled and the ball also released in a measured manner. So it takes a lot of skill to be able to hit that sort of curtailed shot and still keep it under the wind and get the movement that you're looking for. So
I don't know how true this is for other golfers, but in my experience, sometimes on par 3s, I know it's a par 3, you have an iron or a wedge in your hands, but sometimes the visual look is just so that you feel like if I hit exactly what I want to hit, I can actually make this.
Yeah.
It's odd.
It depends. It depends what suits your eye. What's the ideal shape? I would think a shot at this length is easier for the left-handed player because he's actually fading it back.
And pushing it out to the flag. Yeah. The margin of error for him visually decreases.
I would think if you are to do the math, he'd have a little higher probability of holding this, and it's
easier or not visually for him. It is.
I mean, nothing's easy. Nothing's easy. I've only had one hole-in-one in my entire life. Not 7 like you had, so I do understand.
Was it in a professional?
No, unfortunately not, but it was in a betting round with my good friend Bhanu Pratap Singh.
So that was probably more important than to have one in the tournament.
I ended up making a lot of money, but I had to treat him because I had the hole-in-one. So good. Back in the day. Now the ball doesn't quite veer towards the hole as much. It tends to go towards the rough. And talking about the rough, now Milan has his work cut out. You can see that rough has grown to almost ankle height, and it's this is one of those shots where it's so easy to decelerate and just leave it there. He has to keep the club face open and keep the momentum going. You can't quite try and get too cute with it because you can end up making a double bogey.
Actually perfectly described. I feel that what you said he needs to take his medicine and say that if I
5 feet,
execute
yeah.
it perfectly, it's going to be a tap-in putt. But if I don't, it should still be like
Exactly.
5 feet over.
You
the
want to
road.
be a little more aggressive and err on the longer side when you're playing these shots. Let's see how he does. If you try to get too cute, and I think he did do the right thing and came out a little hot, but that shows you that he's got a very experienced head on his shoulders. That should be about 12, 13 feet for his part.
Could have been a little adrenaline as well.
It's a difficult shot. I think he's. I mean, the execution, the thought, implementation, everything was fine. Just that the margins are so fine there.
I agree with you there, and that's the defense of this hole as well. It's just over 150 yards, and it's extremely tucked to the left. So if you short sight yourself,
Yeah, but look at the birds.
still milling on our screens. Usually, that's not a good feeling when your playing partners have hit one shot and you've hit two, and it's still your honor. But one good putt on this hole, and you can still get away with a par and no damage done. And that's exactly what he's done. Rammed it in the back of the cup. Brilliantly done by Milind. Sometimes a lot of these putts are actually momentum gainers for you, and that should carry him with some confidence onto number 9. You've got Dhruv now quickly going about his routine. Good to see players now ready faster, playing faster. One of the improvements in the PGTI over time. Dhruv with that impressive tee shot perfectly placed himself to make a 2. Should break a little bit to his left. A little difficult to see from this angle. And the ball disappears into the bottom of the cup again. So a wonderful birdie by him. Well deserved after that tee shot. Jairaj now a mere formality. Still giving it the slight respect. And brilliantly tapped in. Although if you were live with us watching that tee shot, that birdie seems to be a little disappointing. It should have been a 1. It should have been an ace. But nonetheless, impressively done. So we take a look at hole number 7. Yashas on our screens opting to have the flag stick in, left hand below right. Plucks it onto the left of the hole, but comes up short. That looked like it was on line. A little perplexed by it, giving a slight reaction to his caddy. Probably didn't think that was as slow as it turned out. Rahil now coming out of the shadows. Yashas, fairly neutral start to his round. A bogey and a birdie seems to be even par for the day. Playing number 7. Rahil from above the hole, he's already shown us some good ball striking. As you see on our screens, Rahil finds himself at 7 under par, 1 under par for the day. 6 shots adrift the leader. And the putter seems to be cold for him. I haven't seen him make a putt. He's been hitting the ball close, he's been hitting the fairways, but Putter seems to be not behaving the way he wants. But a lot of opportunities up ahead to change that, get the ball rolling, make a few. Yasha's now in discussion with his caddy. Seems to have been playing well, but not following through, finishing and winning. I'm sure it's soon on the cards for him. Going through his routine, he's left himself a little longer second putt than he would have liked. Oh, sneaks it in from the right side. That was the better part of 5 feet. It's found the bottom of the cup. No damage there, and the flag seems to be fluttering a little more now. Maybe not enough to trouble the golfers, but enough to give them some relief from the heat and humidity. And there we have our leaderboard. Not much has changed in the top two, but people around the top three, top four position changing hands. Angat Chima finds himself at 13 under par, Aman Raj at 9 under par, and Amardeep Malik at 7 under par. On our screens now would be Adil Bedi going with his tap in. Playing alongside Adil would be Hani Besoya. He's making a slight charge of himself, a little bogey to hurt him, but Mohammad Azhar now on the screens with 2.5 feet to go. No problem for him there. Hani pretty much from the exact same spot would love to follow suit. And he's had a wonderful run in the morning, an eagle, 3 birdies, the lone bogey on number 6. And he with 2 feet left on number 9. Comfortably done now. This group would make their way to hole number 10, the par 5. Getting back to the exciting number 8, we've almost had a hole in one. The key word being almost. They need to make. One of them needs to make it to win that brilliant car right on our screens behind the tee box on number 8. Yashas is going to lead the way. Yashas favoring the right side of the tee box. Probably creating an angle for himself to push the golf ball as much as he can to the left side, but he's pushed it out to the right indeed. And a fairly decent shot, but he's going to find himself over 20 feet for a birdie opportunity there. So he might be disappointed a little bit with given it's roughly 150 odd yards. Quickly now on the tee and his setup is Ajay Besoya, wasting no time at all. Taking a swipe as we watch the golf ball descending more those hills, and a wonderful tee shot by him, leaving himself seems to be about 6-7 feet for a birdie, the ideal position to be in. Can Rahil hit it closer? Wouldn't be surprised at all. He's been striking the ball brilliantly, and he's been striking the ball brilliantly for a few years now. Favoring the middle of the tee box or a little left side, so different approaches from player. Rahil again, quick onto the tee box, not wasting any time. Seems to be on an attacking line there. And he does manage to put it inside Ajay Bisoya. It's just amazing how consistent and how brilliant his ball striking is and always has been. It's a very difficult task to achieve. To be consistent in this sport for so many years and just compete week in, week out. Not enough can be said in his praise. Absolutely enjoyable tee shot on number 8. Not really a tap in range, but he'd want to get out of a 2. Move on to number 9 there. Flags do seem to be moving a little bit more now, so the wind is picking up. The wind picks up a little more, would be a slight extended challenge for the players. And a look back again at our leaderboard on our screens. Angad at 13 under par, Munraj at 9 under par, and Amardeep Malik at 7 under par. Angad, Chima and Amanraj would be on the par 5-7, so they might pick up a shot or two. You never know. A lot of birdies being made on number 7.
Fairly predictable start to this tournament. Chima still holding on to the lead. A sizable lead at that. 4 shots. And for those of you who are joining us, we'd like to tell you that we're live from the East Point Golf Club in Visakhapatnam. And we bring to you the Vizag Open 2024 on ABP Live. And I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, joined alongside my co-host, Ainesh Aluwalia. This tournament boasts of a prize fund of 1 crore. And leading the proceedings currently is Angad Chima at 13 under par, the man from Chandigarh. Defending champion N. Thangaraja, hailing from Sri Lanka, is at 6 under par and going along really well. 4 under par for the day. In second position, the man from Patna, Aman Raj, flamboyant Aman Raj. And there's a quartet of players tied in third position at 7 under par. Amardeep Malik, Hani Besoya, Jairaj Singh Sandhu, and Rahil Ganji. It's a really interesting tournament thus far. We've seen a lot of low scores. Putting has been difficult for the players. And now we can see the wind picking up as well as you look in the background. The shrubbery and the trees, there's a perceptible movement there in the leaves, indicating that the wind is picking up, and that would actually give some respite to the players. The conditions are oppressive today. You see quite a few players fashioning an umbrella. Yashas now going with that left hand down. Sudhir Sharma, 2 under par, 4 under for the tournament. Good to see him playing well. Fondly called Sodhi by his friends. Karthik Sharma, the left-handed player, 6 under par for the tournament. Also 4 under for the day, which is the lowest round thus far. And there are quite a few players who are 4 under today. Thangaraja, Karthik Sharma, Harinder Gupta as well at 4 under. Amardeep Malik and Hani Besoya as well. As we have a look at Ajay Besoya, it's all 7 feet. He's really good from that range. Also with that pincer style grip, claw grip. Oh, just about turning the other way. So you can see putting is definitely turning out to be Achilles heel for all of these players today. I feel the player who can conquer the greens will end up walking away with the trophy this week. As you can see, Rahil Ganji gives that a lot of respect, that putt. maybe nothing more than 2.5 feet. It's a good camera angle to see which way that ball breaks. Right, also with the left hand down. Oh, that was veering away to the right, so shows you. Now you see what he's gesticulating. He's happy about it now, but that would have been a nervy moment when that ball was veering off. But eventually, it ended up in its rightful home, the bottom of the cup. Aman Raj cleaning up there, 1 under par on his round thus far, and playing the par 5 seventh. The par fives here are really there for the taking. Only 477 yards here. And the first hole as well, only 510. So for the longer hitters, and especially those that can hit the ball straight, really does provide a great opportunity. Angad also lipping hard. So seems to be the story, the common theme throughout. We've not really seen any long putts go in. For the matter of fact, we've not even seen many from beyond or in and around 10 feet. So as we have a look at some of the other scores, Udyan Mane going along really well, 3 under par for him, and that's good enough to put himself in a tie for 8th position. Shaurya Bhattacharya, 1 under for the day, 3 under for the tournament. Aryan Rupa Anand, who is also playing alongside the leaders, unfortunately not having the best of days. He's 3 over and tumbles down to 4 under for the tournament, and that sees him in a tie for 16th. But it can all change in the blink of an eye. It's a big long jam here from 7 under onwards. From 7 under right up till 2 under, you have a total of 20 odd players. So a lot of opportunity for the players to move up if they can make a few birdies. It is the penultimate day here, and we've just gotten an update. Angad Chima and Aman Raj both have made birdie on hole number 7, widening that chasm between themselves and the chasing pack. Angad Chima now at 14 under par, Aman Raj at 10 under par, and Rahil Ganji making a birdie on hole number 8 to move to 8 under par. And there you have the top 10 scores. Back to the action now. Let's see if one of these players can walk away with the Nissan Magna. Jairaj came agonizingly close. This looks like it's on a good line, maybe a little to the right of the flag. That's a good shot. Wind blowing from left, right, making it a little more difficult for the right-handed players to get close to this flag. And they would have to start it maybe a little almost towards the apron on the left-hand side. So not much room for error. Angad Chima teeing up further towards the right-hand side. Giving himself a better attacking angle. Needs to turn over to the left-hand side. I think that's also going to be to the right of the flag. Good shot, nevertheless. As we wait for Aryan Rupanand, let's have a look at the schedule of tournaments that are lined up. Haryana Open is the next tournament from October 17 to 20. And incidentally, the defending champion is Jairaj Singh Sandhu, the man who almost made an ace.
Coming full circle for him now.
And then the J&K Open presented by J&K Tourism, Om Prakash Chauhan, last year's #1 player, is the defending champion for that. As we have a look now at Aryan.
And seems to have hit it a little more left of his playing partners and missing the green slightly.
That half of the ball is visible, so maybe not all that bad. But once again, when you're in that thick stuff and the closer you are to the flag, it becomes a little difficult because you still have to get the ball out and accelerate. Would be really interesting to see how he navigates that golf shot and what kind of technique does he employ.
It's one of those shots which 8 or 9, 10 times you do well. It's just one of the times you can really fluff it.
Yeah,
You make a mess of it.
Yes, it is. It's a lot more difficult than what it looks, but of course, these are really good professionals that we're looking at, and the fact that they are part of our live coverage means they are playing well. They're on top of the game, but I would say even for a good professional, that shot is not that easy when the lie is not that predictable. It's sitting down, and you have a little bit of area to cover. You have to get that ball up in the air quickly, and then get it to drop on the green as well. So it has to come out soft. And the distance.
Don't you think it's in that little territory where he could either choose to give it a little descending blow or also choose to sort of go under the ball and let it out a little softly?
That's where maybe on these greens he can still get away with the descending blow and keep it on the back foot, and that's a lot easier. That shot is a lot more easier than when you're trying to get under the ball.
Slightly safer. You won't fluff it or the chances of you hitting a poor shot, but then also it reduces the chances of really getting it
close as well. So it comes out with the top spin, but you know that it'll come out of the rough, but you can't quite control that shot. And you can hit that shot when you have a lot of green and you don't have really need to get the ball aerial, so as to speak. But I think in his case, he can employ both, and depending on his confidence, it'll be interesting to note what technique he actually goes with in the end.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what tactic he employs, what's comfortable for him.
And coming back to the schedule of tournaments, then we have Pune Open, Jaipur Open, Indian Oil Serve Masters, couple day invitational. So a lot of tournaments in the month of November. Then in December, our tour actually heads over to Bangladesh for Dhaka Open 2024. And then Vishwa Samudra Open. And then finally, the crown jewel, Tata Steel Tour Championship 2024. This is the tournament that all the players really want to get to. The top 60 players get to play this tournament, and obviously a handful of invites. So it's imperative that you get yourself in the top 60 rankings, because not just being the biggest event of the year in terms of prize fund, there's also no cut. So the stress levels are a lot
big
lower.
Daddy of golf tournament. That's where you want to be. The entire year's race heads up to that event in Jamshedpur, a familiar golf course that presents the Tour Championship, and everybody's vying for a spot. It gets very tricky and dramatic for especially those in the top 60, top 70, top 50, because anything can happen.
Yeah, it's a real battle to get to that tournament.
And entry exits happen based on even the last hole, an event before the Tour Championship. Take the first look on number 13, another interesting par 3. Par 3 gets especially tricky when the wind is up a little bit.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
Angad Chima now.
Amarnath missing his birdie opportunity there.
This week turning out to be a test of perseverance, not just of golfing abilities. The heat really getting to a lot of players, and it's going to test the hard yards that you put in. As I say, the more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in war. So players who have spent their time in the gymnasium and really giving that a lot of steam. You'll have that.
He left a couple short. He said, I'm not going to do that in this case.
And these putts are not easy coming back. When you hit it about 6 feet by, subconsciously you tend to baby the next one in. He'll have to be aggressive and probably take all the line out of that and just stand center cup and hit firm for it to go in.
Interesting thing about these putts also, whenever you leave yourself something over 3 feet, even when you make it, just a slight stress that there's an opportunity for you to miss them, you always exhaust your mind a little more.
Yeah, these putts are rather exhaustive, especially when you're in good position of the tee. So he hit a good shot, and you get yourself in this position, and you don't want to miss this putt.
And you never want to be the one to play a stroke and still retain the honor.
Yeah.
As it looks like what Angad has done. You're going to give it that extra attention now.
I wonder where Aryan has hit a shot.
He's definitely inside Angad because he's been waiting for him to putt. So probably hit a fairly decent chip shot.
The one advantage when you're firm and aggressive with the first putt is that there's not too much mystery in the one coming back.
You still have to hit it with authority and surety.
Let's see if he is able to accomplish that.
And
That's really well done by Angad Chima. Good par by him. Both Angad and Aman Raj are 2 under for their rounds, and incidentally have an identical looking scorecard.
They're not the trading blows exactly as the other one. And
Amardeep Malik now 5 under for his round and 8 under for the tournament. He's the lowest round out on the golf course. So Amardeep Malik trending the right way and trying to put some heat on the leaders, making his presence felt. Good putt by Aryan Rupa Anand.
good par after a little miss to the left as we watch Ajay Besoya on the screens to your right. So hole number 9. Oh, that's a brilliant
That's
putt.
the first time that we've seen a putt dropping. Good putt by Ajay Besoya. Well done. And you can see that it meant a lot to him.
His flag position is also a little tricky. The approach shot, the water is all the way to the right, and a slight miss to the right, and you're in with the fish.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that, as they said in the movie Godfather. Where is he? He sleeps with the fish. So you want to stay clear of that. Stay on dry land.
This flag also seems to be tucked at the back, which makes it a little more difficult.
Yeah, I guess the water in to play.
There's a big slope in the middle of the green that goes feeds it to the right. approach shot and the hitting the right number becomes a little more important. Yash is now on a similar line, shorter putt, and he rolls it in perfectly as
Good
well.
putt. Seems like this group has the putter under control.
Rolling it a little better. Maybe that's the trend all golfers now going to follow. Rahil, who's struck the ball extremely well, but the putter's been cold on him. Up until now. And our first look at Sachin Bisoya, Sudhir Sharma, and Arjun Sharma. Glad to see
Your
my
dear friend Arjun?
there on screen. Seems to be the furthest out in the group. Sudhir and Arjun both hail from Greater Noida. Play on the same golf course as well, and both brilliant ball strikers.
Yeah. Arjun also a very good putter.
Very gritty player.
Currently, Arjun is 2 over for the day and level par for the tournament. So you're going to make a few birdies and get into red numbers.
And watching this till the end, and
Good effort.
good effort by him. That was a fair distance to cover. Sudhir Sharma now, Sodhi, as he's fondly known. Going around the hole, making sure he has the break
A
exactly.
splendid
at the point.
iron striker. Also had that beautiful week at Delhi Golf Course, I think almost half a dozen years ago, if not more, on that Asian Tour tournament where he finished second or third, if my memory serves me right.
I remember playing that event in Noida last year, which was the first day was rained out to the point where we could only play 9 holes. And Sudhir Sharma was the leader at 8 under par. 8 under in the first 9 is what he shot. A lot of talent, a lot of caliber. Just over the hole now. And
There
lips
was a
it
good
out.
putt. But yeah. The incredulous look from Sudhir Sharma. I couldn't quite believe
Fun person to be around.
that.
He's one of the only people I know who plays around in the morning, goes back to the room, sleeps the entire afternoon, wakes up in the evening, has food, and then goes to bed again. It's his superpower. He's always extremely rested. As Sachin Busoya, he burst onto the scene.
Yeah.
He won the first event last year, and he's ever since been he's been a marquee player since.
Yeah, he's a good player, has a lot of promise. Similar game to Hani Biswa, a strong ball striker as well.
That's a disappointing miss again, and we see all around with all players, most players, the trend is just those subtle little breaks are just a little too difficult to read.
I think the way to hold this whole parts here is to sort of borrow less and be a lot firmer, but it's easier said than done because then you could have a lot more return putts coming up. So
As we saw Angad on hole number 8, he had that 6 foot. And I think if you do that, if you leave like 4, 5 footers, 6 footers coming back, you're bound to miss one.
yeah, and it also becomes a lot more stressful. Trying to hold must-make putts.
Absolutely. And I'm not sure if there's any studies done on this, but in my experience, if I have like 3, 4 continuous holes where I have to sink 4, 5, 6 footers, it affects your ball striking and your short game after that as well because you feel like more pressure. And Sudhir with the tap and finding the right side of the hole there. Disappointing.
Yeah, that's why I have a theory that golf is a lot more enjoyable for players who hit the ball long. I mean, you'll have a thing to say about that. If you're a short hitter, you're always a lot more stressed because you're having to maximize your potential and play error-free golf. Whereas if you're longer off the tee, you can almost freewheel and enjoy your game a lot more and still make a few errors along the way. So if for players starting off or for those looking to get their awards into the game or learning the game yourself, I think like learn to hit it hard and then learn to hit it straight, not the other way around.
Absolutely. And I think in my experience as well, most of the rounds where I've played well, even when I was struggling with direction, if you hit it far and you're in play, you're all right. As long as you're in play, you can manage something because the distance coming in are much shorter.
Exactly. So, I mean, there was a stat that the number one thing now on big professional golf tours that affects your success is how far you hit the drive. It's not about how you putt. I mean, that's a secondary factor because if you're not getting the correct range of birdie putts, there's not much you can do. Even a good putter can't beat a bad putter from 20 feet vis-a-vis 10 feet. So it's only marginal, but your driving distance really puts you in rarefied air. You can cut the corners and you can be a lot more aggressive.
First
As we
look
have a
at
look
number
at,
10 as well, just short of the green, par 5. Jairaj with a little wedge.
Jairaj, good shot. When he looks at the highlight reel, he'll feel that that was a highway robbery on that hole.
Absolutely. And
Good chip shot. Now, a tester coming back for him.
a little more run out than he had expected. But you're right. I think distance has become a lot more important in today's times, and a lot of the times we associate hitting it far with losing direction as well. But if you look at guys sitting, especially the top of the world, they all hit it far and they hit it as straight as anybody else, and that is the recipe for success.
I think what people don't realize when you hit it far, you're actually doing something right to hit the ball that far. You're getting the center of the club face. You're accelerating at the right time. Your swing dynamics would be right on point because otherwise you can't produce that sort of horsepower from your body. So you are maximizing your potential and you have a good descending blow on the ball. So then it's a lot more easier to control things. So I would think learn to hit the ball far. This is one of those chip shots that I was talking about. Still fairly a lot of green, so maybe not as difficult as the one that we.
Not sure how the lie is from this angle. Could be a decent lie or seems to be sitting down a little bit. He looks like he's playing a little bump and run.
A brilliant execution there by Dhruv Sharon.
Those found some confidence and some form as well. I've always admired his. He's very athletic, plays multiple sports, and is good at multiple sports. And I love the way his tempo.
There's something about Dhruv which is pretty similar to Karthik Sharma. If you've seen the left-handed player, they have that a very athletic approach to the game, very quick, brisk in the way they walk, and the swing is also very tightly wound.
Millen now with the flat stick from over the hole, that claw grip that we're going to be familiar with. It's a big breaking from the right, but he's left it short.
So, both of them have that very flat, penetrating ball flight, very strong flat ball flight, and especially when it gets a little warmer, they can hit the ball quite far.
Yes,
And-
they do have an extra gear.
Yeah. So both of them have
good to
that, that you can just see that they're built for sport. Very quick.
They remain very injury free. So like I know Arjun is good at multiple sports. He's been a very very good basketball player and doesn't play much now post an injury that happened on court, but very quick to run, very flexible. Even Jairaj, for that matter, his trainer. I've had the privilege of training under him as well, Sagar Diwan. I'm sure you've heard of him in Chandigarh, and he says Jairaj has got he checks so many markers, so many ticks on the fitness box. And
I think it's so important to have like a multi-sport approach, especially when you're young, and then sort of get into one particular sport. So it allows you to have a well-balanced, rounded physicality.
it's actually funny because if you talk about that, Jairaj, if you watch him after that chip shot and he'll hold it. So relief there for him. Would have been very, very disappointing had he not made the up and down.
Good putt.
When we talk about Shubhankar, he's not going to like the statement, but
I think it's okay because you're his dear friends.
he's okay at other sports. As far as whatever I've played against him, he's just okay. But he is so good at this one sport. It is amazing.
I think eventually that's what counts.
Absolutely. He's sitting on the top of the Indian golf food chain. He's right up there with
And-
Anirban,
and-
currently at
yeah.
least.
And I think one of the reasons is also, if you look at it, he tasted a lot of success very early on, and he is very mature. And there are very few players who've been able to sort of hit the right gears when at the opportune time. So he's been playing golf from a very young age, and so modern sports science says that you probably try and do that later on, but there are exceptions. Good putt there.
Good luck at Dhruv as well. A good up and down from over the hole.
But a brilliant ball striker, the Shubhankar, I believe.
Oh,
Even
he's
on
become
European
phenomenal.
Tour, he's on the DP World Tour. He's known as one of the more premier iron strikers.
Absolutely, and a lot of times people, maybe coming from Asia, being Indian, don't compare, professional golfers from this part of the world to the Europeans and Americans in terms of ball strikers. But if anyone actually follows golf closely, Angad, the brilliant lag right there, should be a tap in for him. Anybody who watches golf, anybody who follows golf, he's right up there. The ball control that he has, even at the Open last year when I was watching a lot of golfers, especially when he played against, not against, but played with Jason Day, he out ball struck him. Aaron Rupa just off the green.
I'm to reading the line itself is 80% of the work here. I think he seems to have done that correctly.
Coming up a
And,
hair short.
yeah. It's been that kind of day for Aaron. Nothing really dropping.
So these greens are actually tricky in two ways. One, it's difficult to get the exact read, but when you do it, it's also tricky to get the right speed in. So many players leaving it slightly short or hitting it through the break.
But he had a good putt, so won't really be cross with himself. So we're talking about Jason Day and Shubhankar playing as we have a look at Aman Raj. He's brilliant from around the greens. I can't quite think of any other player who has this sort of ability from around the greens.
Oh, and that's that 1 time out of 10
It's
where you
very
fluff a
rare.
chip.
I think that can be attributed to the commentator's curse. So
But we were talking about this exact thing. From this very lie, it is tricky.
It looks fairly benign, but it can turn out to be very difficult.
And you give him 10 more shots from here, he'll probably hole 5.
He's probably one of the best in this department of the game. It shows you these shots are very difficult. And also because he has a more aggressive approach to the short game. So you saw somebody else with a safer approach might have just kept it on the back foot and bunt it down and run it up. But he likes to flight it up. So
that actually might be true. He probably thought he'd make it, just fly it halfway there and roll it in.
So it's a lot. He has a lot more aggressive approach to the shot.
As many players I've watched, the length of putts, 8 feet and under, I think Aman Raj is the most unfazed when it comes to it's just the demeanor. Make or miss, he's always very confident. He's very sure of what he's doing. Now after that, average chip shot, and he does it brilliantly. Finds the middle of the cup.
Well done there by Aman.
Aman remains.
As they say, fortune favors the brave.
Aman, only 2 players who are in the double digits under par, Angad Cheema and Aman Raj. They make their way to the back 9 as we take a look at the players striding down onto hole number 10.
One second. Angad Cheema still leading the tournament at 14 under par. Aman Raj in second place, 10 under par. We just saw him make that par on the previous hole. Amardeep Malik now in joint second place. This seems to be an update. The scoreboard says that Aman Raj indeed made a double bogey on hole number 9. So that now means that we have 6 players tied for second position. Amardeep, Malik, Hani, Besoya, Jarraj, Sandhu, Yashash Chandra, Rahil, Ganji, Aman Raj all at 8 under par. And Anga Chima has a 6-shot lead at the moment.
That's what I was wondering. That's what I was looking at. It's more importantly, Angad Chima's got a 6-shot lead.
Yeah.
And with a day and a half remaining,
That's a sizable lead for Angad.
and as we know, it's Angad Chima. I mean, he's as experienced as anybody else in the field. And meanwhile, Ajay Besoya in the middle of the fairway. Most likely his third shot approach on the par 5 number 10. Takes it high, soaring over the hills, and oh, that's a brilliantly done approach shot. Flag high on the right, gives himself a great look at what one could assume would be for a 4. Yashash Chandra in a decent angle, the left side of the fairway, fairly shorter distance compared to Ajay. Going through his pre-shot routine, carefully visualizing what he needs to do. A very deliberate golfer is Yashas. Takes a swipe with a wedge and puts it slightly inside Ajay. So not a very disappointing shot. They both will have a good look coming in after that approach. As we have on our screens on the right, hole number 11, relatively short par 3, but tricky, especially if you miss the green. And Rahil from just short of the green, similar territory to where Jairaj was. Swing suggests that he might be taking it up all the way, hitting a higher shot. He's done exactly that, but he's run it by. But almost as much as Jairaj did. There's a little more run on the greens there than players are able to gauge. Jairaj from under the hole on number 11. That's not the most ideal stroke. He would have had something else in his mind, but Jairaj has been hitting the ball really well today. Been hitting it in play. He's been hitting it close to the flag. He's just not able to make those putts. The one comfortable birdie we saw him make was where he actually got robbed of a hole-in-one on hole number 8. But still a lot of golf to play. A lot of greens to be hit. A lot of opportunities to grab. Millen now just under the hole as well. Rolled it in comfortably. Millen also seems to have settled his nerves a little. One can assume that he was slightly nervous, slightly excited. All of 19. It's a promising young golfer. Drew now from over the hole. It looks like it might turn a little from the right to his left. Just giving it that little extra attention. and perfectly done by him. The perfect roll, dropped in the middle of the hole and on left. Now we watch Ajay after that approach and comes up a little short, moved right out of the stroke as soon as he's hit it. But Yashas would get a very good read out of that. Yashas seems to have hit it before Ajay, so maybe he was a little outside him. Rahil's turn now to make this putt and move through with the up and down. It's one of the more enjoyable angles for me when somebody putts right from behind down the line. Let's see how much break there is. Takes it well outside the right and doesn't break back. That's disappointing for Rahil. That's been the trend for him today. He's just hit the ball well, he's chipped it well, just not making enough putts roll in. Disappointedly moving off the green there. Oh, it seems Yashas was inside Ajay, so he's going to putt from a similar spot. He should fancy his chances here. He knows the break, he knows the speed, it's about execution now. Carefully setting up, going through his routine. Now ready to strike is Yashas. And as thought of, rolls it in the middle of the hole. So a good number 10 for him. Hands with the putter, gets the umbrella out, on to number 11. There we have it. Number 11 is the shortest hole on the scorecard. It's a straightforward tee shot. It's guarded by a couple of bunkers and a lot of rough surrounding the greens. There we have it. As you can watch on your screens, for the sake of pace of play, you are allowed to use a range finder. On tour on the PGTI. It's just to speed things up, make sure the tournament is running smoothly. Yashas takes aim pretty much in the middle of the tee box. Let's see if how attacking and how aggressive he chooses to be here. Fairly aggressive, leaves himself in what I could actually think of as the perfect place to be. Just under the hole, give yourself an uphill opportunity.
Rahil now, and he's choosing to be a little towards the left side. Assume that he's trying to maybe push it a little to the right and then bring it back with a draw. Just started a little more left than Yashas, and there he's compounded his errors after that missed putt. He's going to have a very difficult up and down. He's short-sighted himself. Not sure what kind of a lie he's drawn in that bunker, but it's not going to be an easy shot. Ajay taking a different approach now. I think he's creating an angle from the right side towards the flag. It's always interesting to see how different players have different approaches and visually what makes it comfortable for them. Ajay with a little push would be interesting to see it's coming back enough. Not near enough, but he finds the putting surface. So he's going to be flag high or just a couple of feet over flag high, and he's going to have a look at birdie within 25 feet. Maybe also chose to play slightly more conservatively after seeing Rahil's tee shot. You never know, could be a reaction, or he probably just wanted to be in the middle of the green, not give himself any stress at all. So there we have it.
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है, ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है, हम कहाँ हैं तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होश
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा, झूम 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 बाबा.
Back to the action now. Picturesque hole here at Visakhapatnam East Point Golf Club. And for our viewers, we'd like to welcome you to the Vizag Open 2024. This is the second edition of this tournament. The leader currently is Angad Chima. He leads by 5 shots. In second position is Amardeep Malik alongside Yashas Chandra. Amardeep Malik really going on a tear. 6 under par today for his round.
You know, I think what's happened, I think after Angad shot that 10 under par yesterday, Amar and they both had a chat and Angad told him how he did it. And Amardeep is just repeating it today.
They have a look at Rahil.
Yeah, I
Seems
think
to be in a little bit
very
of a
precarious
pickle.
position. I don't think this is easy. I think anything under 15 feet is a brilliant job from here.
Yeah, the green was going away from him. So very difficult shot. I think all things considered, that's a decent par for the course.
If he left it short, he ran the risk of actually just leaving it in the rough, which would have been much worse. So that's experience there. That's damage control.
He took his medicine there on that one.
And although his flat stick's been disappointing him today, rolling this one in would really change the momentum, and he's going to feel like he's picked up a shot after that tee shot on number 11.
Hani Basoya also moving to 5 under par for the day and 8 under for the tournament. Jairaj Sandhu 8 under as well. Yashas Chandra 3 under for the day.
3 Besoyas now in the top 20, Shaurya. It's a battle of the brothers as well.
Yeah, nice to see Ajay Besoya. I don't think all of them are related. It's just a surname. Ajay Besoya is
Brothers in spirit.
Brothers in spirit. Ajay Besoya at 5 under par. Really happy to see him do well. You know, he's been a professional for quite a bit of time. There he is on our screens. He has nothing too spectacular in his game, and he's sort of flies under the radar. Very average in terms of length of the tee, and nothing too flamboyant. This pretty much gets the job done.
And he's been there for a while as well.
Yes.
Now from over the hole, breaks hard to the left, and he's come up short by a couple of inches.
If you had $1 every time you see that, huh? Today it said that's been the theme of the week.
It's almost predictable now.
For our viewers who are wondering why he took the longer route to the hole after being there, is you don't want to step on the line of your other playing partners. Etiquette is a very important part of the game of golf.
Displaying why it's a gentleman's sport. Rahil now for his 3. Now, this would be an impressive par. Asking the caddy to put the flag back in.
He's already seen the line, kind courtesy, his chip shot, so shouldn't be the most difficult putt. There's a certain amount of mystery that's already been removed from the putt. At least he would know the line.
Yes, I'd expect him to give it a good run. It came up
just a little to the left, but it was a decent putt nevertheless.
But I think after that tee shot, he can take that little pinch and move forward. That was an error. Yashas, on the other hand, hit a brilliant tee shot. He's left himself about 10 or 12 feet short of the hole, an uphill putt. He's going to give it a run. And after that, wonderfully holed putt on the previous hole, which takes him to a tied second at 9 under par. He's going to be fancying this one as well.
Yeah, he's taking his time, is Yashas on this one, wanting to ensure that he gets the correct line.
Always been very deliberate, always has been very thorough with his process. Repeats it every single time. Now, left hand below low, a little right to left for him. And he has come up short again. There's something oddly tricky about the greens today. It's they played 10 holes.
Maybe it's sometimes the greens look a little faster than they are, and it's difficult for the players to really factor that in, and it takes a little bit of perseverance, I guess.
This is the first time on number 10 we're seeing someone in the left trap. Lots of green to work with.
That's a good bunker shot from him.
It's a wonderful shot by Milind there from the left side. It'll be a tricky putt coming back, but the bunker shot was impressive. The other members of the group, Jairaj, Singh, Sandhu, and Dhruv Sharon, peppering around the flag. We have, interestingly, on the right side, on screen number 2, a little bit of trouble. Seems to be, Angad seems to have found it. Close to that outer bounds wall on the left. And on our screens on hole number 12. My apologies, Milind was on the left trap on hole number 12. Dhruv now from under the hole. Hole number 12 has been and underreads the putt there. Good speed, but not enough break. Hole number 12 was a par 5 in the previous edition of this tournament. This year it's playing, the length has been shortened a little, slightly, not a whole lot, but it's been playing a par 4 for these players.
That does make a difference in the way that the player perceives the hole, and your entire approach changes, because then once you realize that the par is 4, you inherently become a little more aggressive towards the hole, and you end up playing it like a compulsory two shot hole. Whereas if it's a par 5, even if it's a short one, you can still have that 3 shot approach.
Yes, and then the 12th hole's not the lengthiest, but it is slightly tricky, at least when it comes to the tee shot. And Angad now finding the flag stick, but not able to make that after that recovery shot from the left side close to that wall. Hole number 12 has the outer bounds running from the tee box to the green. The outer bounds a lot closer when you're standing on the tee box. So Stay has to have to hit a good drive and follow it up with a decent approach. Now Aman Raj sizing up his putt on number 10, choosing to leave the flag stick in again, and he rolls it in comfortably. Millen, after that brilliant bunker shot, makes the putt. He's relieved. Take a little momentum into 13.
Angad, after that aggressive good putt, looking to clean up on this hole. Dhruv now also cleaning up here. Angad would remain at 14 under par. 5-shot lead is considerable, yet it's not unassailable, so as to speak, especially on a golf course like this, which is tricky, and high numbers are there lurking around the corner.
Yeah, very shortly was it a 6-stroke lead. Then players picked up, and well, as it turns out, it's back to being a 4-shot lead as we watch Aryan on number 11, choosing to be slightly on the right side of the tee box, creating that angle for the left tucked in flag. That's a great tee shot by him.
Yeah, I think it's also about time. You would be happy to see that. It's not being the kind of day that he was hoping for, and maybe that shot was exactly what he required.
Yeah, he's lost a little ground today, but that tee shot there says he still wants to be in this. Aman Raj from the middle of the tee box, so I have absolutely no idea what ball flight he's going to prefer here, but I know he's going to go for the flag, no matter what.
Yeah, I might be looking for a little bit of a draw, and the wind also would support a draw as it's blowing from right to left.
Yeah, seems to be on the line. Seems to be on the line, a little left and a little over, but he's on the putting surface.
It's a brilliant shot again. Maybe a 12-footer coming back, just a yard from being inch perfect.
I mean, 12 feet for Aman Raj, you think it's a good shot for him? I think it's like 5 feet in and in is what he's expecting all the time. Now, interesting to see what Angad does after that little bogey, as we have his score now at 13 under par, 4 clear. Angad choosing to be a little on the left side of the tee box, so he probably wants to push this out and draw it a little more than his playing partners.
Yes. I think this is on a similar line, if maybe a little straighter, closer to the flag. Yeah, Look at that. Three really good shots in there. Shows you the level of control that these players have at this point in time.
It goes to show why they're in the leader group, why they are the score that they're on.
Yeah, all three of them very measured approaches right at the flag stick.
So clearly, bogey does not phase Angad at all. It just goes back. They say the happiest people are the people who have a goldfish memory.
Yeah.
It's a 10-second memory. Forget what you did in the previous hole, be in the present, and just execute what you need to do. And Angad's a great example of that.
Yeah, so I think that's the ideal way to be as a professional golfer. You don't need to carry that baggage, or in fact, keep remembering the great birdies. You have to be in the present moment. It takes a lot to do that. Easier said than done.
Oddly enough, that's the only shot you can control, the one in hand. But so much of the past and the future affected.
Yes.
Great insight into the human mind as we watch on number 12. Now that's a tricky spot to be in. And I think that's the change now. See, now that it's a 477-yard hole. So if you hit a good, strong drive in the fairway, you're fine. You probably have an 8 iron or a 9 iron and maybe a 7 iron is not too troublesome. But if you put it out of play, now you're really struggling to save stroke. There we have it. The leader still Angad Chima at 13 under par, but positions in the second and the third and the fourth have actually changed hands. Amardeep Malik and Yashash Chandra find themselves sitting pretty for a tied second position, and Amardeep having the best round of the day on the field at 6 under par through his first 13.
Look at Ajay Besoya here. There you can see the ball coming in. A little short and right. Look at some of the other scores out on the golf course. We have Shaurya Bhattacharya, Sudhir Sharma, 2 under each at 4 under par. And currently have a total of 33 players at 1 under or better. Shubham Narayan, even par for the tournament. Good to see him in the mix of things after a while. Very talented youngster from Delhi, also belonging to a defense background. His father, keen golfer as well.
I actually played with the Shubham at this very tournament, and you watch Angad now. I'm very interested
Should
to
slip
see
a little to his right.
how
First
aggressive.
look, that's what it says, but we've seen how that story is unfolded this week.
You think he's going to take it soft, or you think he's going to be a little aggressive?
I think he should be aggressive on this one. Getting the ball there should not be an issue. Yeah.
And he was. Brings that stroke right back up. Loses one on number 10. Brings that birdie back up on number 11. That's the leader currently, Angad Chima.
Good birdie there by Angad. Aryan for his par now. No, sorry, birdie.
I think this would be a good stroke for his momentum with the remainder of the round. And sneaks it, takes a little more of the hole, but finds the bottom nonetheless. And sure, I see a very interesting name right here with an eagle. Udyan Mane has found himself in the tied third position.
Also mention of Gaurav Pratap Singh, who has eagled hole number 10 today, quite a few eagles today, and he is even par for his round. An eagle on 10 and a double bogey on 18. So,
every time I've done commentary, I've always referred to him as jovial GPS.
Yeah, jovial GPS.
I've never seen him in a bad mood. Always trying to make a
I
joke.
guess you never hung around long enough now as he go on hole number 12. Have a look at Rahul Ganji.
This has to be for his third shot. Can't have driven it till here, and seems to have done a very average job with that wedge. I think that little up and down miss on number 10, he's probably not playing on his head. That could be my assumption, but he's just compounding an error after that.
Also, another thing that we haven't really factored in or spoken about is the effect of this searing heat. It really does have an effect on your ability to focus. You get a little cloudy as well because if the humidity is high, it drains you, and it's not that easy to focus as well, mind you, because you're walking. Your heart rate is a lot higher, especially in this heat because it's exerting to play and focus as well. So it really does drain you, and you'll find that the number of errors are a lot higher, especially as the day wears on.
I agree with you, and I think one of the statements made by Tiger Woods as we first watch Ajay Bisoya from the right hand trap on number 12. But this changes the entire dynamic of the whole. It's a pretty average job done by them, in my
It's
opinion.
probably 6 on 10.
But he's under the hole, and he's been rolling the ball well. But now that changes the perspective of this hole as well. Now, if he was in that right trap in two,
Playing
in
a
the-
par 5, then you would have had a different thought altogether.
absolutely, he probably would have been more aggressive as well
Yeah.
because the idea of losing a stroke wouldn't have been there.
Exactly.
But maybe a good putt there, and he still doesn't do it. But I remember a statement by Tiger where he said that fitness is important for him so that he feels exactly as fresh on number 18 on the putting green, finishing as he did on hole number 1 when he's starting off his round. And I think that becomes so much more difficult as well when you are playing in the conditions and heat in subtropical.
As we have a look at a split screen view on your right hand side, Dhruv Sharon, and on the left hand side, Yashas Chandra. It's also a unique perspective that the Professional Golf Tour of India and ABP Live bring to you. It's a really good putt by Yashas. A look at Rahul Ganji on the left hand side.
And a long attempt and quickly moved out of that stroke. He knew immediately, even though he had the speed, right? Just under reading there a tad. While not trending in the right direction after displaying some brilliant ball striking in the initial part of the round, but still a long way to go, still a lot of holes left. Ajay now to save his par after that bunker shot on number 12. Ajay has also got a deliberate routine where his routine is a lot more active. He moves around a lot more. He checks the slope a lot more as opposed to Yashas. Yashas, once he's read the line, he takes his time around his golf ball.
Let's see if all the preparation will come in handy now.
Come on, get it to the hole. Get it to the hole.
It's a similar tale. All the players are unable to quite put a hit on that ball.
The greens are foxing them for sure.
Rahil now.
Surprisingly enough, I've always hated these 2 3 footers downhill where there is a slight break.
Yeah, especially if they break from left to right.
Oh,
Makes it
it's
very
just
difficult because you're not quite sure. You can't hit them firm. And when you hit them outside the cup, you're never sure if they're going to come back.
it's almost like you never miss them, but at the same time, every time you're standing over them, there's that little doubt. It makes you think.
Yeah, especially the ones from left to right. I always found them very difficult. Right to left, somehow you can trust it that it will come back. Left to right, it because there's a tendency for it to go through the line a lot.
Yes, a lot of these putts, and there's no technique actually. What I've realized, every putt which breaks a little more, they're all feel putts. You just feel it. There is no other way to describe it. You can't really um, practice it as much as you can other strokes. Hole number 13 is an interesting one. It goes the tee box is elevated, so it doesn't play true to its yardage. But sometimes when the wind is up, which isn't the case today, it that tree on the right, it sort of gets in play because you have an 8 iron or a 7 iron in hand, and you sort of have to punch it over it as well. So it's just that slight element of being sure of what you're doing. It shouldn't be an issue today though because there is no wind. Players would be coming out with a shorter. And there is a look at Amardeep Malik and Udyan Mane for the first time today.
Amardeep Malik unfortunately has dropped a shot on hole number 14, the same hole that Udyan has eagled. So it's
3 shot
a tale.
exchange and 1 hole for them, huh?
It's a tale of two cities, so as to speak, in one group. And both sit at 8 under par for the tournament and 5 under for the day. So prior to this hole, Amardeep was 6 under for the day and Udyan was 3 under. Now both of them are 5 under for the day. So
And Amar is one of those golfers who's gone through a few swing changes to the point where it looks completely different to what he had before. And as we see, the third member of this group, Shivendra Singh Sisodia, also practices where Dhruv Sharon practices. He's a very sneaky golfer. So many times, so many tournaments, I've just seen him come up with rounds of 7 under, 8 under, 9 under. He's just a very streaky player, very consistent.
Shivendra Singh Sisodia now on your screens. Running that by. It's a lot of heat on that putt.
Well, he's saying, I'm going to train the pattern. I'm not going to leave it short.
Yeah, now he has his work cut out in order to make that. That is indeed a very difficult putt coming back. Udyan Mane now. He would have gone to school on that putt, so I'm certain that he'll get the speed right. Kind courtesy Shivendra Singh Sisodia.
Then is a more makeable range, one would assume. And choosing to leave the flag in and
A good putt there.
burning the edge, that's a decent putt. I'm not even sure I've seen so many umbrellas when it rains on the golf course.
Exactly. So it is oppressive out there, the weather. Look at Amardeep Malik now. The sun seems to have gone away, but the umbrellas are still firmly in position.
Let's go, Hammer. I've actually had the fortune of knowing him in the more recent times than before. I was acquainted with him before, but now I know him a little better, and great guy to be around. Also recently married, also finding the bottom of the cup a little more often. So
Yeah, good putt by Amardeep Malik.
absolutely amazing.
Udian now with the mere formality. Udian now walking off.
Angad on our screens. Just off the green on number 12, coming in from the right side. A little difficult to gauge the speed here.
He's done well.
Whoops.
Playing a game of croquet there.
Show of power. I'm going to use your golf ball to get inside you, said Angad.
I think Aman Raj reeling from that double bogey, that 8 under par. Needs to make a few to get to double digits, I think. Seems to be a log jam in and around 8 under par.
Yeah, the rest of the field is struggling to get to that double digit. Aman Raj managed to do it, but then had an unfortunate 6 on number 9.
Aryan Ruparan. Yeah, it's a good putt by Aryan.
Quick stride, take the golf ball out of the hole, move on to number 13.
Par is a good score here on this challenging hole number.
Newly turned par 4.
Yeah. It's a very interesting par 4, I must say.
And one of the leading players in terms of the order of merit and when it comes to Indian golf currently, Veer Lawat also bringing a couple of strokes back on the front nine, a couple of birdies for him on number 3 and 4. Ajay Besoya coming up short again on number 13. He's left a few short as well today. So he's struggling to gauge the speeds in round 3, moving day. Oh, that's a beautiful sight for us. Obstacles for the players as we have the updated leaderboard here with Angad Chima still leading the pack at a brilliant 14 under par, and following suit now is Yashas Chandra at 9 under par. A new left-hander has come up in the form of Karthik Sharma. Now he's playing the best round of the day at 6 under par. And the big guy, Udayan Mane, Amardeep Malik, and Aman Raj, all three of them at 8 under par, followed by the defending champion N. Thangaraja at 7 under par, and the boy from Gurgaon, Shivinder Singh Sisodia, and Hani Basoya Jairaj Singh, all three finding themselves at 7 under par alongside N. Thangaraja.
And for all our viewers who just joined us, we'd like to tell you it's never too late. You're here live at East Point Golf Club, Visakhapatnam. And if you're joining us right now, please be aware that this is the moving day, the penultimate day of this fantastic championship being played on this pristine golf club. The leader in the clubhouse at this point in time, apologies, the leader currently is Angad Chima from Chandigarh. He holds an almost unassailable 5-shot lead over Amardeep Malik, who's hot on his heels. Amardeep Malik, 6 under par today. Yashash Chandra, so at 9 under par. Quite a few low scores. Karthik Sharma from Gurugram, 6 under for the day. As we have a look at Bengaluru's Aryan Rupa, playing hole number 13.
This isn't the longest of par 3, especially because it plays a little downhill, so the distance is reduced. But the green is fairly narrow, and if you miss it to the left or the right, the up and down is not the easiest. So this golf course, not the longest as we've been talking about, but it has its defenses, and we've seen some scores here. It does show its teeth as well. So you have to be on point and on par at all times. Aman Raj now. He seems to have hoisted it up really high.
Not quite certain where that's ended up.
He's eagerly, intently watching it till the end, and shouldn't be too much of a botheration.
Veer Rawat having a good front nine after that dismal showing on the back nine. He's 3 over for the day now. Birdied hole number 3 and 4. Gaurav Pratap Singh is 1 under on the front nine, even par for his round. C. Muniappa, former Indian Open champion, also even par for his round and the championship. Pukrat Singh Gill, long hitting golfer from Chandigarh, even par for his round, 1 under for the tournament. Adil Bedi, 3 over for the day, 1 under for the tournament. And as we head towards the top 10, 12 scores, everybody's under par, barring Aman Raj, who's even par for the day and would like to change that sooner rather than later.
Our first look at hole number 15. So you watch Honey measuring up what he needs to do. He seems to be about 8 or 10 feet out. He's, in my opinion, similar to Aman Raj. Usually, I haven't seen him leave a lot of putt short as well. So he gets the break right, which, well, he did hit it firmly, just didn't get the break right. So he's going to have about 3 or 4 feet coming back in. And Adil the opposite side of where Honey finished. He's about 4-5 feet out as well. Adil started the day at 4 under par. Is 3 over par for the day. Not making any birdies yet. He's still got more opportunities coming up. And that would be
just
hard.
sort of hung out to the right. Surprisingly, didn't break back.
Pinches the lip and does not come back in. Mohammad Azhar now. Finds the bottom of the cup. No problem at all for him. Honey now lining up for his return putt. Does it comfortably a little from his right. It's a firm stroke. Back of the cup. No problem at all for him. Anga, the number 13 from under the hole. Quite a fair distance. Should be a lag up. Although you never know with him. Gonna give it a good run.
But I'm quite impressed the way that he's handled himself out there. He's leading this tournament by 5 shots, and yet there's certain discussion going on between caddy and player.
They're probably maybe they both had a different opinion on the line, and they went with the
I
one
think
which was.
Angad ended up going with his caddies, and that's how you can see that.
It was a good putt though.
Yeah, it was a good putt.
Lagged it up there, didn't leave it short. Almost hold it. No harm, no foul. Move on to the next one. It's the most interesting golf hole on the course. But you're right. I mean, following that 10 under par, leading the tournament, he's made 3 birdies and a bogey. Steady round of golf. He's not making a lot of errors. He's asking the field to catch him if they can.
Yeah, that's what you like to see. We spoke earlier about following up the round. So a 10 under par round. I think anything below 3 under par is really good, especially if you shot 10 under the previous day. Shows you that he's totally in control of his game.
Aman Raj sneaks it from the left side of the hole. On number 13, Aman Raj has been rolling the flat stick quite decently today. Aaron from over the hole now.
Welcome viewers, we are here at the East Point Golf Club in Visakhapatnam. You can see the lovely course in the background, and we are here for the second edition of the Vizag Open. And we are going to be talking to the man who's been the driving force behind this event, Mr. M.S.N. Raju, the Honorary Secretary of East Point Golf Club. Let's get his thoughts on this event. Sir, we are delighted to be talking to you and to be back here at this magnificent venue. You've had a huge role to play in getting this event on track, and for us to return here for the second edition. Tell us a little bit about how's the excitement been amongst the members and the golfing fraternity in Visakhapatnam for this event this year.
Yes. 2019 we were awarded another 12 acres to East Point Golf Club. Then only we were able to make a championship course. We made the championship course by 2021 February. But when we tell ours is a championship course, everyone is asking, have you conducted PGTI? Because conducting PGTI is authentication for a international standard course. That's why we tried last year with PGTI. We negotiated and came here. But for Visakhapatnam, PGTI got more nominations, and every player had felt they have came to their own home and played. That experience made us to go forward and invite this year also. This year actually we have started a mega project of our clubhouse where our all money should be spent for it. We told yes, last year we contributed, this time we cannot. But one way PGTI holding for any club is a reputation building, new members join, and it is known to the public because this year 14 international players have been participated. That gives a mileage to the club. Anyhow, due to our financial concerns, we have taken a step. We should not spend much on it because of our mega project. Somehow you people also came to at our par, finally decided to go ahead. But this time also you got so many nominations and you made a qualifying round for selecting 31 players played. Eliminations have carried out. With 126 you started day after yesterday, and 2 days elimination has happened. This is the third day going on well. But every player experience is very good, and we have done our possible amenities to you. What is your experience? You tell me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your support. It's been a great experience starting with last year, I can assure you, for the players as well as for the PGTI. And this year also, it's been a tremendous experience with the players enjoying the playing conditions. And the weather's been a little tough on them, but they've enjoyed themselves and we've got to see some great golf. So thank you for all your support, sir. And it was great talking to you. Would you like to add something, sir?
Yes, generally PGTI is a relationship. By you are broadcasting Eurosport and ABP, around 30 million viewers are going our course to the world golf map. That helps us, our football of our guests and the relations. Now EPGC is known worldwide due to PGTI. We thank you for that.
Thank you, sir, and we look forward to a long and fruitful partnership with the East Point Golf Club.
Certainly.
Thank you, sir. Well, that's it from the venue, the East Point Golf Club. It's back in the studio to the commentator.
So there we heard the Honorable Secretary of Golf Course, Mr. Raju.
Man making everything possible.
So much about this championship and the history of the golf course and what it means. And Mr. Nikhil Kalan, the head of media on the Professional Golf Tour of India, obviously with his valuable inputs. And I think it's a great collaboration. And the players, for one, are really reveling in it. I know the conditions are a little oppressive, but that's what you want. You need to test their mettle and see who is able to, who's the proverbial last man standing. So in that aspect, this golf course is really come up trumps, and the conditions are fantastic. And if it's a different sort of a layout, and really testing the players here this week.
Absolutely, it's always exciting to be at a venue where the members and the head of the golf courses are all excited to have the tournament and host an event like this. You could see how proud and excited they were to have this event happen on their golf course, and they've provided a wonderful venue and wonderful conditions for the players to come and ply their trade. And of course, Nikhil there looking smart and fit as well, looking young. So all in all, a great place to be and a great team to be a part of as we watch the leaderboard. Not much has changed in the last 10 minutes. Amgat's still leading at 14 under par. He's through 13 holes in round 3. Amardeep Malik, after 16 holes in round 3, is at 9 under par, 6 under par for the day. And Yashash Chandra finds himself alongside Amardeep Malik at 9 under par. And the left-handed Karthik Sharma also having a good day. He finds himself alongside Udayan Mane and Aman Raj at 8 under par. And Thanga Raja, currently the clubhouse leader, although that would change in a bit when the other players start finishing their rounds. But he is at 7 under par. An impressive showing for our defending champion. And alongside him is Shivendra Singh Sisodia, Jairaj Singh Sandhu and Dhruv Sharan, all sitting pretty at 7 under par. Round 3, ladies and gentlemen, this is us bringing you the live coverage, as we will do tomorrow as well, through and through.
And on that note, we'd also like to remind you that if you have any thoughts, suggestions, comments, or anything that you'd like to know, you can always reach out to us on www.pgtofindia.com. And you can also connect with us on social media. Our channels are with the same name on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. And you can also watch this live coverage on Eurosport alongside AVP Network, AVP Live. And the great thing is that it's free to watch as well. So I think that is something that you not really get to experience anywhere else in any sport. So I would encourage all our viewers to spread the word and enjoy the golf and follow your favorite golfers, whether they are from your state or your vicinity or just generally that the kind of players that you like. You can also have a look at our schedule and where we travel next. If we are traversing your neck of the woods, then definitely do come and watch these golfers. And the great thing is that all the events are free to watch. You just need to follow the club rules where the tournament is being played. And it's you can watch them in the flesh, learn. Oftentimes, there are many clinics as well, which are conducted by the golfers, the Professional Golf Tour of India. So, a treasure trove of things that you can learn from them.
A great chip shot by Dhruv tapping in. And yes, I'll answer a couple of frequent questions. Yes, Shaurya Singh was a professional golfer, still plays. And no, he is not in movies. He just looks like a Bollywood actor.
And yes,
for all your queries.
And I must tell you, when Ainesh does it, he's very subtle at pulling a leg, and he's very good at it.
I'm just letting the public know what they want to know.
And Ainesh, apart from being probably the longest hitter ever that I've witnessed in golf, and that's not something that I'm just sugarcoating. He's actually just a fantastic athlete, and the way he hits the ball. Also an avid cricketer as well. Now, let's have a look at
Milind tapping in
for a moment. He shares his name with another stellar, handsome man, Milind Soni. So I think he's in good company indeed with that name, and
walking a little more confidently as well now. Seems to have relaxed himself.
Yeah. So, but Ainesh, I would always think, and for our viewers there, that the game, when you hit the ball that far, you just make it seem so simple, but obviously it's not like that. I know you've had some great finishes, but you've also been besieged with the odd injury, and consistency has been an issue for you all throughout. As we have a look at Jairaj.
No matter how long the putt is, you always go through this process and comfortably taps it in as well.
So I want to know that, for me, being a medium hitter, and I probably take a few liberties calling myself a medium hitter now that the game has changed. Medium hitter is 285 carry, but isn't the game a lot easier when you're that long off the tee? And what are some of the challenges that somebody like you faces when you have that prodigious length? Because I know for the majority of golfers I've played with, half the time you're always fretting about the next thing that can help you get 2 yards more. How do you reach that par 5, lift more weights? But you're already endowed with all that. Then what really does come in the way?
For me personally, it was always the 6 inches between your ears. It has always been mental. It was never actually about the game, because I was very confident in my short game and putting. in the last few years, and I've always done that really well, no matter what the situation is. It's just my long game with my I don't know, with my thoughts and thinking was always a little dicey when it came to competition golf. I was great on the range. Had that quintessential problem of taking the game from the range to the course. But all in all, whenever I did feel comfortable, whenever I was on the golf course, it is an advantage for sure. It's a very different way of looking at golf as well, looking at the courses in a different way as well. And in my little golfing experience when I was in the bag with Shubhankar on the European Tour, or even when I carried for Arjun Sharma when he made the qualifying for the British Open over there. I realized that certain golf courses at certain lengths, even 10 yards makes a difference, because if there's a bunker at 285, for example, or 290, I never had a second thought of flying it. And a lot of golfers struggle there and they play it short. And there's like a 3-4 club difference. And length, I feel in India is still all right. You get by. When you go to courses abroad, when you go to the US, or when you go to Europe, especially Europe, where the conditions, absolutely, because those golf courses are long, and the conditions make it such you cannot be 2-3 clubs short of the field, and that's what's happened. That's how we've seen a lot of people grow. If you watch Indians playing abroad as well, you watch Anirban Lahiri, you watch Shubhankar, especially Shubhankar, I've known him closely. He's gained distance, and he's gained control on that distance, and that is so important.
You look at some of our best players like Jeev Milkha Singh, Jyoti Randhawa, Arjun Atwal, although SSP Chaurasia is a prolific winner. But these players, what they have in common, Shiv Kapoor, probably not a long hitter, but fit, strong individual. But these three, the big three of Indian golf, so as to speak, we're talking about the yesteryears when I started golf. They were different from the rest of the players. They were thoroughbred, strong athletes. Milkha Singh needs no introduction, coming from a lineage such as Jyoti Randhawa's father, great golfer. Arjun Atwal himself, although from a business family, but a very strong, tall individual. So these players were the embodiment of an international athlete. When you saw them playing on any international tour, you didn't feel that, physically or, they're lacking anything. They could compete with the best ever as long as the tee. And the same holds true for Gaganjit Bhullar, who's tasted international success in loads. So I think that's so important that you first build on that. I think golfers need to be athletes, strong athletes, and then sort of hone their skills. And we're seeing a lot more of that now in the younger generation, especially even on the PGTI. You look at the golfers now, I'd say that a lot of them are driving the ball much longer, and that's not only due to technology. It's a lot about nutrition and and the game has become younger. So they're multi-dimensional athletes who are actually hitting the ball further and then making the game look easier. And one of the things that when I was playing, as we have a look at
Prakhar
Sava.
First ever Prakhar Sava, kid from Jaipur, very, very nice guy, always smiling, always positive about everything.
One thing that I've been playing a little bit of golf recently with a few of my friends, Bhanu Pratap, Dipankar Kaushal, and Bikram. Jeet Singh Sandhu, all professionals on the PGTI. As we have a look at Prakhar Sava, should break a little to his left.
Also one of those players choosing to keep the flag in and broke a little more than he thought.
Yeah, it's a little too much English on that one and missing on the lower side. So what I realized that the actual advantage obviously is off the tee, but one thing that players don't realize it, if you're in the rough and the rough is thick or one where the ball sort of nestles down and you're at a yardage of, let's say, around 200 to the green and you have a water body or something similar to carry, 90% of medium hitters will have to lay up. But I've seen the longer hitters that I played with them, all three of them, especially Bhanu Pratap Singh, very long, but errant, no doubt, wild. But getting a 9-iron from 200 yards, with the ball nestled down, able to hit those flyers and get the ball there. As we have a look at this hole.
Ravi Kumar missing out there.
Playing alongside Abhishek Kumar and Prakhar Sava. So one of the big advantages that long hitter has is, especially from these kind of conditions, that you hit shorter irons and especially coming out of the rough, and you can attack greens even over water.
Absolutely. And you know, a lot of times I've had this discussion where they say that golfer or someone who's won a major wasn't the longest of hitters, and it's not that you can't play with a certain amount of length or anything. It's just it makes the game easier.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you can be a champion. Let's look at Larry Mize, Lee Jansen. You look at Ben Crenshaw. Obviously, there have been major champions who have been not the longest of hitters. So there, as I say, there's more than one way to skin a cat, but it does make it easier. So I'd say that the first thing attribute that you want to build is speed and power.
And there have been winners and players, but if you talk about legends of the game, if you talk about players who you remember, who you know as big players, even in the current scenario in the world, they're all hitting it far, which is why they're regularly consistent as well.
Yeah, the game has changed.
You can take n number of names in world golf as well. You can think about Scotty Scheffler, the world number one. You can think about Rory, who's been there for decades now. Tiger in his time. Everybody is long. It's not the key, but it is an aspect of the game which is now taken a little more seriously.
Bryson has obviously taken it to a whole different level
Absolutely,
altogether.
and he won a major after that.
As we have a look at Prakhar Sahu, trying to stake claim to that beautiful Nissan Magnite in the foreground.
Well, at least all the players on number 8 have extremely strong energies coming out of this studio from the both of us, hoping they make a hole in one.
And also for them, actually, it's a little easier because they don't need to think of anything else but the flag.
Absolutely.
So the strategy is clear, go for the flag. I'm pretty certain nobody's playing safe now when there's a car on offer. So everybody's, he's flared that out a little to the right.
You know what I admire about the tournament management and Nissan is that they've put the hole in one on a hole where it is actually possible.
Yes.
And they've not put it on a hole which is like 230 yards. It was like,
Yeah.
you know what? If you hit a great shot, you get rewarded. So kudos to the team and everybody who was in the decision making for this.
I mean, we thought we already had a claimant today. As we see Ravi, he's back to the left. He's wanting to rope in a draw from the right.
A completely different approach than what Prakhar wanted to do.
Not quite sure if it's turning over enough. Yeah, also flared and short, so not the ideal shot. It's not that easy a shot, to be honest. If you're a righty and trying to draw it with a short club so much, it's not the easiest shot. You might be better off with trying to limit the movement.
It is not a very long iron, and I can only imagine for the average hitters as well. It's probably a 9 iron at most.
Yeah.
You take your chances with that. It seems to be drawing back.
Like a much better swing.
Also finds the center of the green though.
Yeah, but a good shot, about 25 feet to the right of the flagstick. A realistic birdie opportunity for Abhishek coming in. And while we have a look at this group, we have 5 holes to go, and Angad Chima's lead is also 5 shots. Hasn't dwindled at all. He's really stood his ground today. And Karthik Sharma now moves to 7 under par for the day. A fantastic round by him, 9 under total. What a day's work being put in by Karthik with a brilliant round. Amardeep Malik, 6 under par with 3 holes to go. And here's a look once again at that brilliant shot. That was Rahil Ganji, who was also agonizingly close on this hole. So we've seen a few come very close, but unfortunately not being able to make the ace. Aryan there.
Some tasty highlights from the day. So we have Yashas on hole number 15. Seems to have a lot of uphill to contend with. He gave it a good run. 2.5 feet over the hole. Shouldn't be too disappointed with that.
Look at Ajay Bisoya now.
Similar territory to where Udayan Mane was. And a similar result to what he did. Just overborrowing there. There we have now on the tricky number 16 on our screens on the feed. Jairaj. 16 is a tricky par 3. It's long, it's got hazards all around it. So very easy to drop big numbers on number 16. Rahul Gangji now. Seen what this putt does. It's fairly quick as well. Adil missed it to the right. Let's see if Rahul has the right break and read.
Oh, this is look at that. He just cannot believe he's.
I'm not sure if that was the
Looks
best of
absolute-
strokes as well. I felt it just.
No, I mean, because it just turned the other way, so he's absolutely befuddled, and rightly so, because you saw even Adil missed it. So I don't know what there is. It's very difficult to read these greens because it's.
Laughter of frustration.
Because I think what's happening is the direction the green is going in is not that perceptible, and it goes against the slope. So yeah, you really do feel for the players. And that can get inside your head as the round wears on. Then each decision that you're making is sort of not a clear one.
That's probably what's happened to him as well. I think post the up and down miss on number 10, he's just been out of focus, or he's just a little more unsure of what he's doing, especially on the greens. And go back. A very special group that includes the current Order of Merit leader Veer, who just tapped in on number 7. Not having the best of weeks, but never know. Hole number 8 coming up could make a hole in one and change all of that. One parring the other member of the group with his putt on number 7.
It's been a rather painful day for the players on the green. We've seen very few putts dropping, if any, and a lot of short putts being missed. And look of exasperation. That's the common theme on all the players' faces, especially when they step on the dance floor. It's not been easy for them on the putting greens, but still we've seen low numbers aplenty. So as you say, golfers, good golfers especially, are always greedy. They want more.
Certainly by Karthik Sharma, who's now the clubhouse leader at 9 under par, brilliant 7 under par on the day, which includes 2 bogeys as well. So he rolled a lot of putts in. Amardeep Malik playing number 18. He's sitting at 6 under par for the round himself. As we have Ajay Bisoya teeing it up on number 16. And for reference, number 16 plays at least 210 yards, and it's surrounded by water on 3 sides. So have to be very sure with the club and strike on this one. And just taking aim on this and finding the front of the green. Would be very happy to have done that. Left himself under the hole. He's got a putt to lag, but could give it a good rip as well. Following Ajay is now Yashas. Just seems to have a mid or long iron, maybe something like a 5 iron or a 4 iron maybe. Depends if there's a little headwind or not.
Hole number 16 playing to 210 yards of the tee. Smooth swinging Yashas Chandra.
Seems to have pulled that a little bit.
Yeah, I think
We
he's
saw
in
it bounce, but
I think he's in the drink.
Could have been. Not sure where that ended up, but not the ideal place to be. That's for sure.
Yeah, a little bit of a tug there by him.
Now Rahil choosing to be on the left side of the tee box, going with the longish iron. I don't think he cares about the water hazards of the rough. He's got the flag in sight always.
Yeah, and he's still a little cross from that last part, so I'm pretty certain that he'll be going aggressive on this one.
He certainly has
a good shot by him.
The distance. I think anytime you find the putting surface on this one, it's a tricky par 3. You're doing good.
Yeah, good shot by Rahil. Look at Aman Raj.
In the trap on number 15.
Even for the day. And not his best effort.
I think he's lost his rhythm post hole number 9, making that double.
Yeah, it's made all pars coming in. This is our leader group, which is in view. And for those who are joining us on this wonderful Friday afternoon, I'd like to tell you that we're live from the East Point Golf Club in Visakhapatnam, and we bring to you the Vizag Open 2024, offering a prize fund of rupees 1 crore. And this is the second edition of this tournament, currently being led by Angad Chima, the player from Chandigarh, multiple time winner on tour, and being closely followed by a trio of players. And on the second position, Karthik Sharma, Amardeep Malik, Yashas Chandra. You also have defending champion Thanga Raja putting up a solid showing, a 5 under par today, 7 under. So still in the thick of things and pretty much in the fray. 7 shots behind Angachima. You have newly minted winner Dhruv Sharon in ninth position at 6 under par. Aryan Rupa Anand, who's playing in the leader group, he finds himself at 5 under for the tournament, 2 over for the day. And as we go lower down, we see that Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal is stitching together a fantastic round. He's 4 under par today and 3 under for the tournament. And Shamim Khan, 2 over for the day, level par for the tournament. Gaurav Pratap Singh, even par for the day. Saptak Talwar, Varun Parekh, also even par for the day. On your left hand side, hole number 15 is Aryan Rupa Anand. And on the right, you can see the tricky hole number 18. And the group of Shivinder Singh Sisodia, Amardeep Malik and Nityan Mani on hole number 18.
Angad carefully setting up on number 15.
And Veer Lawat having made another birdie on the front nine.
And hold it out comfortably.
Good putt by Angad. So it shows you that Veer does in fact have a lot of tenacity.
Oh, narrowly missing out. Did Shivendra. He's holding his head. He can't believe that did not drop in. That's been the story today for most golfers, Shivendra. Don't be disheartened.
Yeah, we've yet to see anyone who's conquered these greens.
I'd like to assume Karthik did that a little bit. I mean, with that 7 under par. Then, man, as we take a look at his scorecard, that beautiful eagle there on number 14. Then Mane, the big guy, the big easy of Indian golf, from under the hole on number 18, should turn a little from his right. No, didn't have any break at all. Made the same error as I did here, leaving it out to the right. Courteously putting the marker back. It would have been a wonderful read for Amardeep there. Now Amardeep hammer Malik from under the hole. Seems to be about 3.5, 4 feet maybe. That's straight. There's nothing to this part. Has to
Yeah, there's no mystery in this one. Not at least any that is discernible to us. Yeah, finally a predictable putt in the center of the cup.
Perfectly done.
They're all done for the day. Amardeep Malik.
Courtesy handshakes, greeting each other on a job well done For surviving the heat?
Yeah, for surviving the heat. You can see that the players are still carrying the umbrella. It is rather oppressive there.
You know what? Like, hand me the scorecard later. Give me the umbrella first. And they can now enjoy some food, refreshments, and air conditioning. Let's watch some of the highlights. Aman Raj getting one in. As did Aryan Rupa. As did Angachima, as we had seen shortly before this. Rahil missing that putt on the way back. We'd seen his tee shot, the back of the green. Would assume that he's had a 3-putt there.
As the weather forecast also says, there's excessive heat owing to a high degree of humidity and low winds. So that's a lethal combination. So kudos to the players for being able to brave that and still produce some stellar golf. And also to all the support staff and the crew. And a shout out to the golf course maintenance team who've done such a brilliant job to give these players this golf course in the shape that it has been presented.
Rightly so, they deserve credit because the players have been able to come and shoot the numbers that they're shooting.
Yashas Chandra just about sneaking that in.
Still, it's golf. It's always too early for predictions, but Shaurya Angar with that birdie on number 15, 6-shot lead.
Yeah, I think
he's just run away with it already, or
yeah, I think the only thing that he has to navigate is hole number 18, and if he can just par all the way in, and even if he drops a shot, I think 5 shots is really difficult on this golf course. But obviously, in golf, you always say it's not over till it's over. As you look at, look at that, and he's a really good putter. Is Ajay Besoy, so it shows you that there's something to the shorter putts where there's no margin for error.
I don't know if it's just a fool's theory sitting here in the comfortable comb box, but you think players are taking more break on the shorter putts than there is? Like you said, just take lesser break and hit it.
But it's not that easy because what is visible to you when you say you get a sensory perception that is going to break that much. It's very difficult to go against that.
That is also true.
So it's almost impossible. When you see it break, you just have to go with that. So it's not quite panning out the way they think as we go on hole number 16.
Angad after that wonderful birdie on number 15, middle of the tee box.
This looks like it started on a really good line.
It looks like it started on the flag.
What a golf shot by Angad Chima. Shows you that a man who's on top of his game. And I was talking about how well he hits his long irons and he has that ability to really flight them up. You see it stopped in about a foot from the pitch mark. So shows you he has a lot of compression on the ball.
And a lot of control. I mean, he didn't think twice about any hazards. Didn't look at the middle of the green. Said there's a flag and that's where you have to aim.
Let's see. Aryan also, I would say it's would have a similar sort of compression and swing speed. I think he's also fairly long. Let's see what sort of shot he employs.
Seems to be starting
also
it
seems
also
to be
towards the
on
flag.
a good line. Another good shot. I must say, must have had a few nervous moments. Looked a little to the right, but there's not much room there.
As you see the flags fluttering towards the tee box, which would mean that there is
right to left.
There's right to left and maybe slight headwind as well. And it's.
I must say those are really daring, aggressive shots. So even though they are long hitters, this must be playing to about 200, 202, 203 yards, right to left wind into the player's face. So somebody like Aman would probably go with maybe a 5 iron. Angad Chima probably a 6. Angad and Aryan would have probably gone with a 6.
Still long clubs where
they've those are really good shots, top notch. I would give them 9 on 10 for those brilliant shots right there.
I can't imagine Aman having eyes for anything else but the flag also. Choosing to be further left on the tee box.
This
also seems to be on a great line.
Seems to be on a good line.
But it seems to be fading. And
Look at that. That's another brilliant shot. And although Aman, not as long as them off the tee, but you see, he's also able to get that elevation, and the ball really did stop on a dime. It's
probably the first group we've seen where all three players are in play and on the right side of the flag.
I'll tell you, these are mighty impressive golf shots, especially on a hole which is as treacherous as this one.
A lot of the times people talk about this zone. Has it ever happened to you where a lot of the times you have an 8 iron and you're aiming for the middle of the green, but sometimes you're playing around and you have a 4 iron and you just see the flag?
And I would say I only too few times to remember, but only when you're firing on all cylinders. Otherwise, I would say especially 4 iron is a long iron to really be going at it. But it's happened on the few tournaments that I've done well, or one that you actually have tunnel vision.
Anibisa now finishing up his round and day here on number 18. Following suit with him is Adil. Adil would like to be.
Adil really did burst onto the scene. When he was an amateur and even as he turned professional, he did have a lot of presence all over.
Well, that's also a trend nowadays with a lot of golfers, especially younger golfers. The exposure to and
good putt.
Fortunately enough, it was his last stroke of the day. Not too amused by today's round, but a good putt to finish his round. But a lot more exposure to golf, world golf, sports, a lot more knowledge, a lot more social media as well. It could be both a positive and a negative in today's time. It depends on how you use it and utilize it. All three players making their way onto the 16 green. There, caddy Arun Rupa's caddy brushing up the green, making sure there are no loose impediments present in his line. He's just off the green. Wouldn't he like to get a stroke back, and what better hole to do it than number 16? It's like picking up a shot on the field as well. This hole does not yield a lot of birdies. Choosing to keep the flag in. Gave it a good stroke, but again, as it has been the trend constantly through the day, the putt was online, but he's left it short. A comfortable, stress-free tap in for him. No harm, no damages, no drop strokes on number 16. It's always a good sign. Now it would be Aman Raj's turn to try making his two. Or rather, Angad Chima. Carefully discussing the line, trying to figure out. Well, the hand gestures might suggest there's a little double break going on this putt. It's a little uphill. That makes things a little easier, especially when the stimp is reading under 10. You can always give it a little more whip than you can on faster greens. Carefully lined it up, going through his pre-shot routine. A fairly quick player, especially when it comes to his long game, iron game. He's very, very quick to move and hit. Now just setting up
quickly onto the ball. And he's given a good rip, but didn't get the break right. He had the speed, just not the break. That was a through and through left to right putt. By his reaction, he did seem like he had a good stroke, just didn't read it correctly. Amaraj now, familiarly enough, choosing to keep the flag in. Amaraj now, after a nicely hold putt on the previous for par, running it by. He's been consistently hitting good speeds today. Some have dropped in, some have not. Choosing to mark the ball, get the line right. He has the time. Going through his routine, tapping some of the spike marks or so. As we see the flag now, as the days progressed, getting towards the end of the rounds, the wind is picking up as well. Although both 17 and number 18 play in the direction of the wind, so that should make the holes a little easier with the downwind, especially number 18. As we watch Aman Raj cleaning up. Whoops, giving it a little 360 there. But as long as he's got the result, two putts and sorted. Angad now from just over the hole after his first putt. The putt for his three. No rush at all for him. Making sure he knows exactly what he wants to do. Exact same routine. Exact same routine, but swift. Comfortably knocks it in the bottom of the cup. No stress at all for him. All three players making a 3 on number 16. And they're going to make their way onto number 17. Before that, we see Jairaj on the green, seems so, or maybe waiting to get on the green with the chip on number 18. Milind Soni there catching up to the group. Milind seems to be in a fairly routine spot, shouldn't be a lot of trouble. Jairaj, on the other hand, has a lot of green to work with, but finds himself in the rough, so he's going to have to show some skill here. Chooses to pluck it out a little low, and that's run off quite a fair distance. Not going to be too happy with that attempt.
Milind also almost holding it out, but now would find himself with a tricky one coming back. You're gonna have to be careful and a little sure. On his way back, he's run it by a little. He's gonna have a downhiller. Dhruv seems to be in the best position out of the three. He's got a putt. He's got the flat stick in his hands. He would have gotten somewhat of a read, at least, if not the break of the speed from Jairaj's chip. Let's see if it was of any help to him. Overborrowing there a little, but well done on the speed. Should be a stress-free tap-in for him to finish his round. And
Angad Chima still with a 6-shot lead in this tournament over Amardeep Malik, Yashash Chandra and Karthik Sharma. I think he's really been impressed in the way that he's held his own. And you see his round, only one blemish on hole number 10. Shows you that he's well within check in terms of his technique, emotions and everything else. And that's a sign how a player follows up a brilliant round. And I think he's done really well, has not been overawed by the occasion in the least. But tomorrow, I think what will also determine the way the championship does come through is how the pursuers actually start their round, whether they can start hot and maybe get about 3 under after 6 or 7 holes to put some pressure on him.
Yeah, that's probably the only way you might be able to even make him think of getting slightly nervous or a little uncomfortable, because he's been in these situations so many times and he's played so many big events and he's played them so comfortably that I can't imagine he'll be too nervous playing golf.
Yeah, he's played a lot of international golf as well as Angad.
Jairaj, after that chip shot, he's definitely going to be disappointed with that effort from the rough.
That seems to be the theme of the day, missed putts. But he shouldn't feel bad. He's in stellar company. The rest of the field is doing the same.
Absolutely. If he takes a look at the recorded video of the round, he's going to know everybody's missed everything almost. And Milind now to make sure he has his up and down. The 19-year-old. Oh, that's disappointing. Burning the edge from under the hole on the right side. That's going to leave a sour taste in the mouth. Jairaj now for which I would presume is his final stroke for the day.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that.
He's done. He's going to be moving off disappointed off the tee though. You could see it there with his reaction. They never want to finish with a bogey and missing up and down. Finishing the day, moving towards the scoring area. See the comfortable faces of Jai Singh and Gagan Chadda.
A look at hole number 18. It's definitely going to be the scene of some nervous moments tomorrow. Not unless Angad Chima can help it, the way it seems that he is destined to coast to a victory at this point in time. It almost looks like that with a 6 shot lead, 21 holes, 20 holes to go. Hole number 17, the par 3 and the 18th hole are the only two holes left for Angad. Hole number 17 is the par 4, 376 yards, a legitimate birdie opportunity. We've seen a few birdies on hole number 17, so maybe Angad can add to his tally.
It is impressive looking at the leaderboard, though, that an entire field after 3 rounds did not manage to make it to double digits. Although I might be speaking too soon. Yashas has an opportunity on number 18 to make it 3 and do that. And Angad is well over that mark in a way.
It'll also be interesting to note the way the order of merit would shape up. Veer Alawat would still remain numero uno. Manu Gandas unfortunately withdrawing owing to an injury. As we have a look at hole number 18.
Yeah, Yashas finding himself perfectly placed in the middle.
That's a really big drive by Yashas to be all the way down there. Bludgeoned one right in the center of the fairway. Angad Chima would find himself in third position now if he were to win the tournament. Manu unfortunately retiring this week owing to an injury.
Yashas now taking aim. Playing that familiar push drop. Losing it out to the clouds a little bit, but
That's a brilliant shot.
Under the hole, he's given himself an opportunity to be the only other player after Angad Chima to probably post a number in the double digits under par for 3 rounds. Rahil Gangji.
Rahil still can pack some heat. Able to get the ball well beyond 290 yards in the air.
He's ahead of the young lads here. Come on, Rahil, let's finish strong.
Ganji currently even par for the day, 6 under for the tournament, and that's an absolutely beautiful shot by Rahil on hole number 18.
Unsurprisingly, he's just been hitting brilliant golf shots. Just the flat six been disappointing him today. Ajay Bisoya. From the right side.
Unless those trees impede on his line, should be a pretty straightforward shot. He's fine.
Well, the flag position today seems to be in the middle of the green, so they don't really have to go over the trees. So they could take a fairly aggressive line and be in a puttable distance.
Yeah, but an underwhelming shot by Ajay Bisoya, given the fact that he was probably the best placed, closest to the flag. He's hit it about 25 feet.
And there we've got the updated leaderboard. Angad Chima finds himself sitting pretty 6 shots ahead of the next best guy, which would be 3 people actually. Karthik Sharma, Amardeep Malik, and Yashas, who we just saw on number 18, has an opportunity to change that and be solo second if he makes that putt. The big wit, Udyan Mane, finds himself alongside Aman Raj at 8 under par. And Thanga Raja, Jairaj Singh Sandhu, Sachin Bisoya, Shivendra Singh round out the top 10 with Thanga Raja, Jairaj at 7 under par. Sachin Bisoya and Shivendra Singh Sisodia at 6 under par. All have finished their day, barring Angad Chima, Yashas, and Aman Raj.
Angad has really done well. But he's not been too concerned about what the field is doing. He's gone about his own business in a very structured manner. He knows his game, and he's been able to produce a brilliant round today. A 3 under par, following it up with that lights out performance yesterday, a stellar 10 under par, and a 2 under par to start the week. So, given that it's been a good day, then a brilliant day. So maybe tomorrow he has another ace up his sleeve, maybe another 10 under par to really blow the feel away. That could happen tomorrow.
Well, if he does shoot a 10 under par tomorrow, I'm going to personally fly to Vizag and shake his hand.
So I think
I was baffled by that score yesterday because I've played this golf course, and the level of golf you have to play on this course to shoot that number, it is mighty impressive. Preferred lie or not. And you've seen the greens today. I mean, I can't imagine them being too different than yesterday.
Yashas has the affable, very experienced caddy on his bag. He's nicknamed Kalu. He's been on the bag of some of the best players for a long time. Was there with Himmat, and then I think Angad as well for a while. He's a caddy who was previously based out of Army Golf Club in Delhi, where we grew up. And I remember all of us have played against him in short game challenges, and he's made a lot of money from us, I must tell you. He had an indomitable spirit and very difficult to beat him in short game and putting.
Oh, meanwhile, when it comes to putting, Ajay has not had the best of days. Let's see if he can get one up to the hole. He's been getting the right read. He's just not hitting it hard enough.
This looks good.
And that's been the trend today. It's just he's too predictable. I think he's just, you get to a point where you feel like, okay, I'm gonna hit this one a little firmer, a little firmer, a little firmer. You get to the green and you start feeling like maybe it's not that slow. Maybe it's quicker than it seems. But it was a good lag nonetheless. He wasn't what you would usually say a makeable range. But the other two members of this group are in makeable range, and wouldn't this boy love to sink this putt? It's always gritty-eyed. It's always laser-focused.
He has a. I would not say that he's particularly poker face like Ajitesh Sandhu is. Ajitesh, you can't really tell what Ajitesh is thinking. He's very even-keeled. But he's pretty similar. I'd say he's stoic in his approach.
I know what Ajitesh is thinking. When he's playing golf, he thinks this is too easy.
Yeah. I think you're a dear friend, so you might know. But I see that it's you can't quite tell too much how his round is going. And
okay, come on, Yashas, make this tournament more interesting. Have Angad something to think about tomorrow. Has left it out to the right, and that's what we've seen from under the hole there. Everybody has left this putt out to the right. There is something that they're seeing that turns the ball, and it's not doing that.
Yeah, it's been a difficult sort of tale to unravel for all of these players, the putting greens. And I remember a similar thing in previous years tournament as well, and also a change that has happened. You aren't allowed to have those. You can't chart the green anymore. The change of rules which happened a few years ago, so you can't have slopes and everything else mentioned on your putting books. Previously, if you remember, players used to have these big books with gradients and slopes and whatnot. That has now been disallowed.
And again, disappointingly, I mean,
After
it's almost
such a brilliant
disheartening.
shot, yeah.
He has to have had one of the better ball striking days compared to a lot of players in the field.
Yeah, you can see that there is a look of exasperation on his face, and rightly so.
I was really hoping he gets one in to fall in on the last.
What would be interesting to note that who will be playing the final group tomorrow? I think it'll be Karthik Sharma and Amardeep Malik, because they've had the better round, 7 under and 6 under par. So
they've also finished before Yasha, so I think they get precedence over him.
I think the lower round on the third day. So the final group would compose of Angad, Karthik, and Amardeep Malik.
I think that probably might be advantageous to Angad. I mean, it's not going to make a big difference, but like he's going to be very comfortable, especially with Amardeep Malik.
Yashas now clean up for his part. Angad and Amardeep Malik, good friends.
There we have Yashas Chandra finishing his round, a brilliant round of 3 under par. Not too shabby for moving day on a tough hot day. You can see.
Yes, it's been sweltering conditions. You've seen the players would feel drained off, completely drained out when they reach their rooms. They would have to rejuvenate, rest, recuperate, and get ready for tomorrow. We've seen that.
I can only imagine standing on the 18th tee. The only dream players have is to make a par and then have that fresh lime soda.
Yeah.
Oh, look
Very
at this!
certain
Such
that
beautiful
there'll be quite a
views.
few fresh lime sodas to get that, or maybe Amrutanjan Electro Plus to get your electrolytes going.
Well, that might get them up and running for another round then. And then look at our leaderboard. Not much has changed, but we do have a lot of scores that have finished. We still have one man who's running away and running away quite swiftly from the field is Angat Chima. So officially now, Shaurya, what do you think? I mean, we have only one player in the double digits under par, and he's not just double digits in under par. He's well over the 10 under mark.
Yeah. I personally feel that this tournament is done and dusted because he's really played a lot of golf. He's a seasoned campaigner, very good ball striker, and over the years he's grown and he's turning into a mentally much stronger player. So I don't see him really leave it on the table. He's definitely going to shoot under par as we have a look at Aryan.
Oh, that's an aggressive swing by him. He's gone after this one.
So I'm certain that he'll shoot under par tomorrow. Now the only question that begs an answer is that whether Karthik and Amardeep can shoot a similar round. So Angad, if he shoots like maybe a 1 or 2 under, and if the other players can shoot a deep round, then that might make things interesting. They'll definitely have to come at him. He's not going to hand it to them. That's for sure. It's not going to be a case of capitulation. It's they would have to dig deep to try and beat this man.
Angad now on the tee, also going with the driver.
Yeah, he has when the ball comes off when he hits a driver, really high ball speed. Especially the first 100 yards, it comes out really quick.
And there we have it. Looks like he's pulled that a little bit. So, he's going to find the trees there a little bit on the left side.
It's going to be a difficult shot from there. We'll have to manufacture some sort of an escape.
Really depend on how lucky he got for his approach. Moving on to number 18. But talking about Angad, having known him, I've always been impressed with how his demeanor is. He always seems to have. He never takes himself too seriously. He goes and enjoys playing golf. He's always relaxed, never too down about things, and maybe in the back of his head, or maybe what we can't see is he is very ambitious because he's been consistent through the years, and it's just been an impressive showing today. And there we have our leaderboard. Angat Chima sitting exactly where he was at the start of the day. On the top, 15 under par, Karthik Sharma, Amardeep Malik, Yashash Chandra, all three at 9 under par. Aman Raj as well. Actually, Aman Raj managed to make a birdie on number 17, so he's gotten back a shot. And Udayan Mane at 8 under par, 6th. Thangaraja, the defending champion, shares a spot with Jairaj Singh Sandhu at 7 under par, who's going to be the defending champion next week. So it's a pretty place to be. And Sachin Biswaya and Shivendra Singh Sisodia round out the top 10 at -6. Some good big names, a lot of winners on tour, some international winners as well.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
So we're at the end of the proceedings for The moving day here at Vishakhapatnam, East Point Golf Club in Vizag. It's been a fantastic day thus far. We've seen a lot of birdies, a lot of heartbreak as well on the greens. Players have found it very difficult to decipher these greens. They proved a little tricky, uh, but even then, they managed to shoot some low numbers. And leading the field is Angad Chima, who has been the leader, was leader even after the end of day two with a stellar 10 under par. His lead has actually increased, and following him on position number two are Karthik Sharma, Amardeep Malik, Yashash Chandra, and Aman Raj, all of them at 9 under par. And the previous year's champion N. Thanga Raja also really putting in a good show with a 5 under par today and 7 under par, and pretty much in the thick of things. I think anybody on this golf course within 8 shots of the leader does have a chance if you can shoot a low number. It's this tournament, the way it's panning out, reminds you a little bit of Tiger's heyday when he used to blow the fields away. Angad Chima is pretty much in the process to do that. He just needs to have a similar round tomorrow, and he can have a handsome margin of victory at this tournament.
And lovely aerial views for us. Picturesque for the spectators, definitely. A lot of obstacles for the players playing there. I don't think Angad's going to change his approach coming tomorrow. I think he's going to play exactly how he has. As we saw, even on the first, most golfers took out a conservative iron off the tee and he had the driver in hand.
For me, that itself was a litmus test, to be honest. If a player can actually hit a driver on hole like one, shows you that he never really does suffer from a case of nerves, because you're starting the third round with the lead, and you might actually go with the conservative approach, but he went with the driver and executed it really well. So shows you that he is in control, and also made a birdie on the first also. And he's been there and done that. It's not a new tango, so as to speak, for him. They're waiting for Angad in the center of the fairway. I think he might have chipped out. I'm not too sure. Or we never quite saw the ball pitch.
I would assume he did chip out. He probably
yeah.
didn't have an angle to the green. But if you look at Angad's 3 rounds, an observation would be that he's not really dropped a lot of shots.
Yeah,
so he's not making a lot of errors per se.
Only 3 holes. He had a blemish-free round yesterday, a bogey and a double on day one, and a bogey today. So shows you that he's squarely in control of his game. Aman Raj seems to be blocked out by those trees on the right. But the good thing is that he has the ability of hitting it really high.
Little unsure what they are exactly waiting for. Maybe Aman Raj is deciding exactly which leaf to hit it over. He does possess all the shots. Aman Raj also a phenomenal ball striker. He did struggle, I remember, in the amateur day. Not really struggle. He shot some beautiful numbers one tournament, but he wasn't the longest of hitters. And now he does pack a fair enough punch to compete.
Yeah, he's improved his distance of the tee, as we have a look at Angad with what appears to be his third shot. It's a brilliant shot by Angad right there. We can't quite be certain if that's his third, because we never saw the ball pitch.
One could, well, the field might hope that it is his third.
Yeah, we never saw the ball pitch, so we kind of lost track of it halfway.
But he's given himself a makeable putt nonetheless.
Yeah, nevertheless, it's either a birdie or a par putt. So, and that's a brilliant shot. Seems like that's Aman Raj's ball. Just about just almost made an eagle, skirting past.
And that ball had quite a bit of roll as well. I can't imagine he had taken it over the trees. He probably had to punch and curve his way onto the green there.
Really aesthetically designed golf course, especially if you look at it from this vantage point. And side by side,
spectators' bliss.
Yeah,
we can enjoy the water hazard. It's not a hazard for us.
Yeah, especially if you can look at those tranquil drone views. And I think because the yardage being short, it's a nice golf course to walk as well. I reckon there'll be some members and patrons and so on and so forth tomorrow who would walk the golf course because it's an exciting thing to watch a golf tournament live.
Well, this group seems to have given away with their umbrellas as well, so maybe the weather's a little cooler and comfortable.
Yeah, I think that the temperature might have gone down a touch. It's early afternoon.
So there we have it as the leader group makes their way onto the green. On number 18, we've brought you the live coverage. Sitting here, we've been with you through today, and that is exactly what we will do tomorrow as well. So do join us.
Yeah, it promises to be an interesting day. Not particularly a cliffhanger if this man can help it.
Aryan Rupa from the left side now, finding himself in the rough, in the slope also as well.
Not the most difficult of shots because it is uphill, and he's done well there as Aryan. But
he can live that tricky little
but as you've
distance.
seen, it's not quite easy from that that corridor of about 3 to 4 feet. That putt would break from his left right. It's a difficult putt given the circumstances.
A lot of miss, and especially 18. I think we haven't seen one putt roll in. 18's been the trickiest.
I mean, the entire day we've only seen maybe a handful of putts rolled in. So,
well, the highlight reel is going to be more tee shots than putts today.
Yeah, so players have been able to make birdies because there are quite a few opportunities here on this golf course.
A few short par threes, a few par fives.
Yeah, the 3 par fives that you have all are reachable. So for the players, especially the ones who can drive the ball well, this is an absolute feast for them, this golf course.
Yeah, we're getting closer to the final few strokes on the day. Amaraj sizing up his putt from over the hole. We saw Ajay Basoya from a similar line, just a little further away. He left it short. Amaraj in a much, much more makeable range. Amaraj doesn't leave putt shots. And today also he's either misread them or hit it through the break, but the one player who never shies away from making a run for it. There, he's aiming a little left of the hole. It's a wonderful angle to see his putt from. Perfectly done by Aman-Raj. Familiarly leaving that flagstick in. He's been doing that through the day, and a wonderful finish to the day. And a little smile to go with it as well. So he's taking that double bogey off his mind. Good to see him finish strong.
Yeah, that was a fantastic putt indeed, and the perfect way how to finish a round.
I don't know, measuring his line, and Angad placing his golf ball in, making sure he has the exact line on the exact point he wants to put it on.
I have a feeling that Angad would hold this putt because it's slightly easier because it's uphill and should break from his right.
I'd give him a brownie point more to hold this because everybody's misread this one. Everybody is overread this from that side of the green.
We wait patiently for the outcome of this putt. You can see he's aligned that. Yes, you're right. Everybody does to the right.
Give it a run.
Unfortunately, Angad would also fall to the same mistake. It's not easy. You can see that we've seen players missing it on the same side on certain holes. So
I'm actually confused because nobody got the break right. Everybody had the speed right on this one. Right? Everybody hit it over the hole on the right.
I think you'll have to probably see the way the grass is cut, and that's where an excellent caddy can make a difference. It's not that it's unconquerable. It just makes it a lot more difficult because the players find it difficult to not trust their own eyes. That's a brilliant putt.
Well done by Aryan. He'd be happy with that up and down. Not having the best of days, but he did manage well. Didn't have a great start, but he's pulled back a little bit, and he should be content with how he's gone about finishing his round.
So we'll soon have a confirmation whether Angad is putting for par or indeed for 5. But either ways, he has a sizable lead over the rest of the field. Good putt.
Well done. Regardless of what that was for, he's going to start tomorrow's round as the leader of this tournament.
And playing alongside him would now be Aman Raj and Karthik Sharma.
I just want to point out, through pure speculation, if that was a bogey for Angad, it just, in my head, changes the dynamic a little. Because he's either going to have a 4 or a 5 shot lead, and that's very different from having a 6 shot lead in your head.
Yeah, I agree somewhat, but yeah, I mean, he did have a 6 shot lead. 4 shots doesn't quite seem unassailable. 6 feels like a lot, I agree. We'll soon find out. Nevertheless, it's been a brilliant day. And look at this golf shot. I'll tell you, he had one hand on the steering wheel.
But second best tee shot of the day. This is despite.
Jairaj was practically sitting in the car. So it's unfortunate that they couldn't quite drive away with that. I've never quite seen a hole in one that has been missed by such fine margins. Like